We have athletes hanging out at SportsCenter all the time. The one thing they have in common, though, they all want their highlights on, they all want the publicity, they all want their name spelled right. But some of them tend to take it a little too far.
No, really, Carl. I want you to have the car. It's not enough room. You can have the car.
Hey, is this your Rolex right here?
Come on, man. You could take it. I mean, look much better than what you got on now. Come on, Mike.
Cherokee, I have a watch.
It's really nice.
Cherokee, I have a watch.
Just take it, man. I mean, come on, Mike.
I can't do this.
Wait,
I can't do that.
I got you, Mike. Look. Mike, come here.
Next summer in Atlanta, the greatest spectacle in sports. The Olympic Games return to America on NBC.
Maybe we'd forgotten how great the game can be. Maybe we thought we couldn't care about it again. That it was all just memories. Maybe we'd forgotten how recently the World Series had felt, well, like the Fall Classic. A year without a series will do that. The game's problems persist, but so too, we find, does its appeal. What goes on between the white lines, especially in October, reminds us why, in spite of everything, we can still care. Game 6, next.
We come to Atlanta. The Cleveland Indians, buoyed by their victory in Game 5 over Greg Maddux before a wild hometown crowd, trying to force this World Series to its limit with a win tonight. The Atlanta Braves, on the other hand, hopeful of putting the finishing touches on the one achievement that has eluded them in their sustained run of excellence, a World Series championship. Hi again, everybody. Bob Costas. Welcome to Game 6. I'll be joined in a bit by Bob Uecker and Joe Morgan. And at that point, we'll talk about tonight's pitching pairing. It's a reprise of Game 2. Tom Glavine, the left-hander, goes for Atlanta. The 40-year-old right-hander, Dennis Martinez, will try again for the Indians. The Atlanta Braves remain in control of this World Series. Make no mistake. They're up 3-2 with the next 2 games, if both are necessary, here at home. But they are anything but overconfident. Recent history would not allow them to be. In 1991, they had a 3-2 edge in the World Series, went to Minnesota, and lost the 6th and 7th games at the Metrodome in excruciatingly close fashion as the World Series slipped away. A year later, they led the Pittsburgh Pirates 3-1 in the National League Championship Series, just as they once led this World Series 3-1. They lost the 5th game in Pittsburgh, the 6th game here, and they trailed the 7th game 2-0 in the 9th until a miracle rally took them to the World Series. They are mindful that this thing is far from over, and the Cleveland Indians made that clear in Game 5 at Jacobs Field. As I said, Bob Uecker and Joe Morgan will be here shortly, but to carry you through the next several minutes, we go down to the field, and Hannah Storm. Take it, Hannah.
Well, Bob, I counted them. There are 12 cases of champagne still on ice in the Braves clubhouse, as the Cleveland Indians are still very much alive in this World Series. The Braves losing what many consider to be a golden opportunity to win this World Series on Thursday night with their ace, Greg Maddux, on the mound. The guy getting the big hits for Cleveland in that game, third baseman Jim Thome with a key RBI single, and later with a home run, which would prove to be the game winner. Earlier this evening, I had a chance to speak with Thome.
Well, I think when you look at Atlanta's pitching staff, all 4 of them are very quality. Their stuff is very good. You know, if Tom Glavine wasn't very good the last time, then I'd like to see what he's like when he's throwing good stuff. And for us to beat him, I think we have to get out ahead. We have to score early, and just set the stage of the game. I think the last time we were here, we got caught up into a lot of things, and I think for us to be successful against Glavine, we got to get to him early.
What did that Game 5 victory do to the series in terms of pressure? Did it shift the pressure in the series onto Atlanta?
Well, I think, I don't think there's any pressure on Atlanta. I think for us to win this thing, we have to come here and we have to win both games. And, they're home. They got the momentum going. I think in Game 5 it may have switched a little bit. And that, for us, by us beating Maddox was a big key, because now we know, we beat their best. But our backs are still against the wall. We need to go out and like I said, get out early and set that momentum like we did in Game 5.
Now, Tommy's heroics in Game 5 raised the fan frenzy there at Jacobs Field to an entirely new level, and that's something which did not escape the notice of Braves right fielder David Justice. Justice making headlines in the Atlanta papers this morning, criticizing Braves fans for being considerably less enthusiastic than they were in the World Series in 1991. Justice said, quote, "If we don't win, they'll probably burn our houses down." And here at Fulton County Stadium tonight, at least some of the fans responding to Dave Justice in kind. Earlier, he spoke with our Jim Gray.
With David Justice. David, why did you elect this time, right now, to kind of lash out on the fans on the eve of a championship?
Well, I wouldn't say that I even lashed out at them, to tell you the truth. All I'm saying is that it's not the same as it was in the past. That's all. But I think when I read what Tommy said, you shouldn't expect, and you can't expect for it to be as wild as it was in 91. Having read that from Tommy, I can understand how you can say that, because the first time is always, really special. But it wasn't a matter of me trying to lash out at the fans or say I don't appreciate them. It was just a matter of me basically saying that, I haven't felt like they've been behind us like I've seen them in the past.
Dave, let me ask you about, as far as a team, there seems to be some bad blood that is brewing between you and the Indians, unlike the respect that you guys seemingly had against the Twins and the Blue Jays in those World Series. Is there bad blood?
I know a few things have been said on both sides, but when you start talking about how all the pressure's on us now, as if they're just happy to be here, like they don't want to win, and then if Omar Vizquel really said it, which I don't know because I didn't ask him, the fact that we can't win a World Series, we've already lost 2. If he really meant that the way he said it, then that's not right for him to say that.
David, good luck tonight. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to you, Hannah.
David Justice struggling at the plate as well during this World Series, is just 1 for his last 15 at-bats. Justice has endured 2 World Series losses with this team, as has tonight's starter, left-hander Tom Glavine. Glavine has felt that frustration as well as the anger of fans in this ballpark. The story of his search for a happy ending next.
The most affordable Lexus now comes with a moonroof, 6-disc CD auto changer, leather-trimmed seats, and chrome wheels worthy of a Lexus. And with a savings of up to $2,000, you'll laugh all the way to the bank. The ES300 Luxury Value Package, available while they last at your Lexus dealer.
Wet roads like this inspired Goodyear's newest all-season AquaTread, the all-new AquaTread 2, with a deeper, wider aqua channel for outstanding wet traction. The new 65,000-mile AquaTread 2, only from Goodyear.
Sunday on the NFL on NBC, Mike Ditka tells of his endearing relationship with former quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Then Mike gives you the ultimate insight. Buddy Ryan, man or myth, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern.
You're not really going to do this. You just watch Sunday.
Mike Ditka lets loose Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
NBC.
Halloween Monday.
A special night of brotherly love. Anything can happen.
What am I supposed to go as? The biggest tweet in Philadelphia?
You already got the costume. With major mix-ups.
I got the wrong kid.
Mayhem and mischief.
Aren't you guys a little old to be trick-or-treating? I don't have any candy.
Ah! And on minor adjustments, the madness continues. NBC Halloween Monday.
This 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Welcome back to Fulton County Stadium. The fans here in Atlanta were among the most angered in the country at last season's baseball strike. And they showed it at the start of the season by not showing up at this ballpark. Those that did show up, however, vented much of their anger against Tom Glavine, tonight's starting pitcher for the Braves, because Glavine was an outspoken player representative for this team during the strike. How ironic now that tonight those same fans with booed Tom Glavine at the start of the season are now cheering him, imploring him to deliver this team's first World Series title.
The way things went at the start of the year, yeah, you know, I've said it 100 times, it was tough. And certainly if you were going to write a script to end this season, this is the perfect way to end it for me. I'm going out there to pitch to try and get this team in a position to win a World Series, because the guys here have worked so hard to do that, and it's so hard to be here. And that's first and foremost. And if I go out there and do a good job and we win the World Series and the city goes crazy and everybody likes me again, then that's great. I hope it happens, but again, that's not the focus of my attention when I'm out there pitching, because again, if it is, I've got too many things on my mind and I'm pitching for the wrong reasons. I need to keep things simpler than that.
Glavine has experienced fully the pain of the Braves' postseason disappointments, but now the chance to lead Atlanta to the ultimate celebration.
I was hoping and praying that it didn't come to this. You know, I mean, I wanted to win that thing the other night, just to get it over with. You know, certainly wasn't sitting there rooting that I'd be in this position to, you know, hopefully get the biggest win in this organization's history. But now that it's here, I'm looking forward to it again. I mean, it's a great opportunity, and as much as I can treat it like another game and just focus on what I need to do as a pitcher, the better off I'll be. And hopefully I'll do a good job of that, and it will turn out to be the biggest win in this franchise's history. But we'll have to wait and see if that happens.
Tonight, Glavine faces the Indians' 40-year-old Dennis Martinez, still searching for his first World Series victory. He had a rough outing as the losing pitcher in Game 2, giving up 4 runs and 8 hits in 5 2/3 innings of work. With 5 days rest this time he pitches, and earlier I spoke with Indians manager Mike Hargrove asking him about how closely he will watch Martinez tonight.
You know, we went into Game 5 with Orel on the mound and really took the same approach. So we watched him real closely, inning by inning. In fact, the matter is we had people up in the 4th inning with him. And fortunately, we didn't have to use him. But we'll do the same thing tonight. You know, we really are going to watch him real close, talk to him a lot between innings, and make sure that what he's telling us kind of jibes with what we're seeing and what our catcher's telling us. But you're right. We have no room for, there's no margin for error. We've got to be on top of things.
Albert Bell has emerged from his slump. He's had 2 big home runs in the last 2 games. Now that he is hitting, what does that mean to the rest of your team?
Well, I think it makes everybody feel good about themselves. I mean, you've got your big gun in the lineup that seems to be swinging the bat well again, and it relaxes everybody else so they can really concentrate on what they do best in the lineup, and instead of having to worry about the guy next to him. And that really, I guess, is the team concept. You go in and you do your job and trust the next guy to do his, and with Albert swinging the bat well, it just relaxes everybody around him.
While Albert Bell has provided the power for the Cleveland Indians, Ryan Klesko has done so for the Atlanta Braves. As the designated hitter in the 3 games at Jacobs Field, he homered in each game. Unfortunately, he also re-aggravated an old injury. Earlier, he spoke with Jim Gray.
Well, Ryan Klesko has been on fire. He's batting .333 in the World Series, and he has 3 home runs. But the other night, he slid into second base, and he re-injured his left thumb. You have it all taped up today. You've hit, you've thrown. How's it feeling?
It's feeling a lot better. You know, day off helped out a lot. I'd done the injury about 3 or 4 months ago. It's a lot worse than it was earlier in the year, but you know, we're trying to get it better, and it's looking good now. I mean, I feel fine with the tape on it. I played through it earlier in the year when it was real sore, so the day off helped.
Can you tell us the mood in the clubhouse tonight? Is there a lot of apprehension, some nervousness?
I think being back at home, where we're excited about it, we're looking to clinch at home. We're still up 3 games to 2. We've got Glavine going the hill. I think we're excited about being home, and the fans are too, about us trying to clinch it tonight.
There seems to be some bad blood between the 2 teams. Some words have been exchanged. Are you guys antagonized by what the Indians have said and did?
No, I think that, you know, just some things have happened. Everybody's excited about the World Series. Things happen that normally wouldn't occur, and, you know, guys flipping their bats, guys walking off home runs and stuff, and, you know, it's just the excitement of the World Series and being here. So I think that they understand that, and we understand. Both teams are looking to win, and the aggressiveness is definitely there. And I think this is going to be a good night to clinch it for us.
Ryan, good luck. Feel good.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Hannah.
It's a beautiful night for baseball. 53 degrees right now. Coming up next, our national anthem, and with a full house on hand here at Fulton County Stadium, great expectations tonight in Atlanta. We'll be back after these messages from your local station.
When did I enter the Twilight Zone?
This week's host, Gabriel Byrne, plus musical guest Alanis Morissette on Saturday Night Live.
And we will be back in just a moment.
Introducing Membership Rewards from American Express, a rewards program that makes every dollar you spend add up to a world of choices just by using the card. For a gift, something you need, the possibilities seem endless, and all of them are free. With the Membership Rewards program, you decide where to use your rewards and what works best for you. So enroll today in Membership Rewards. Call 1-800-AXP-EARN.
To the wall. For the best highlights. The best sports. The best seat in the house. Now that's action. Go to the wall with Brett Rogan on Sunday Night Sports. Sunday at 11:15.
Check it out.
Monday on Today in LA.
Want to get in some early Christmas shopping? We may have the ideal place.
And Uncle Sam gets the cash.
From clothing to Corvettes, electronics to the very unusual, these locations have it all.
Where to go to get great buys from the government. Monday on Today in LA.
Monday morning rush hour, I'll make your drive easier with traffic reports on Today in LA.
Another week of comfortable temperatures, I'll tell you on Today in LA.
Monday morning at 5:30, 6 and 6:30.
Amazing! We got rid of every single peg. We really have to thank our Channel 4 viewers for making our name change to NBC4 such a tremendous success.
Yo!
What's this?
From the president of NBC4.
Congratulations, guys. You did a great job. Only 2 more Ks to get rid of. Point me at them. Where's the other one? The other side!
It's a special Hollywood Halloween weekend only on Extra.
Welcome back to Atlanta, and before we join our friends, Costas, Euchre, and Morgan, here's the group that sings the theme song from that hit show, the Rembrandts, with our national anthem.
From Dobbins Air Force Base, Atlanta. And now, to honor America, please stand for the presentation of our national anthem, which will be performed tonight by Elektra East West recording artists and creators of the theme song from the hit NBC series Friends, the Rembrandts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave truth to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Game 6 coming up. The Cleveland Indians hoping to force this World Series to the limit, and the Atlanta Braves back at home trying to finally win the championship that has barely eluded their grasp. Bob Costas Costas, Bob Uecker, and Joe Morgan have the call of Game 6 after these messages from your local station.
Must-see TV becomes NBC Star-Crossed Thursday.
Monday starting at 4 on the Channel 4 News. Meet one of the top salespersons in the country. She's the queen of Tupperware. What's the secret to her success? At 5, they descend like locusts, but they're much more dangerous. They're mob robberies, and the technique is called swarming. We'll tell you how cops are coping with this latest crime spree. At 6, it's the African-American life. Ebony celebrates 50 years. We'll look at the magazine's history-making coverage from Washington to Hollywood and tell you where they're headed. Monday starting at 4.
In every two-car family, there's his car and her car. His car is fun, and her car is sensible.
Can you believe that was 5 years ago? Now, I think everybody needs a new look once in a while, even the Explorer. And now it has 2 airbags, 4-wheel ABS, and a new suspension. The only thing Ford still hasn't solved is who gets to drive it.
What would you give to see the way your father was at your age? Time steals memories. Now that you're a father, these memories are a gift you can give your children with a Panasonic Palmcorder camcorder. And unlike so many camcorders, Palmcorder tapes can play in any VHS VCR. So you can share your memories with your children or anyone. The Palmcorder. Its tapes play in your VCR from Panasonic.
Why are world money markets reacting the way they are to the U.S. dollar?
Well, the dollar's funny. It'll be up and down and level.
Sometimes life calls for deeper answers. That's why there's CompuServe. No online service has more informed user groups, more comprehensive databases, and better access to the internet. Enter CompuServe. Call for free software and 10 free hours online.
In the year 1295, the legendary explorer Marco Polo returned home from China, braving thousands of treacherous miles and bringing to Italy an amazing new treasure, pasta.
My queen, I have returned.
We found a place round the corner.
Next time, turn to your local shopping expert. It's amazing what you can do with the everything pages from GTE.
This was just moments ago. Former Georgia Governor, former President Jimmy Carter to throw out the first ball, and look at this pitch. You know, if the ump wants to give him the high strike, that's right in there, and with some hop on it. 43, we're told, on the radar gun. Not bad. You know, usually, look at this. Afterwards, still spry, hops over the railing. And he's going to get a hug here from Jane Fonda. So already it's been a good night for Jimmy Carter. A lot of people who throw out that first ball, they just lollipop it up there. That had some zing on it. Joe Morgan, Bob Uecker, Bob Costas up in the booth. A lot is made about a team doing better the second time around against a pitcher. Certainly the Indians adjusted to Greg Maddux, beat him in Game 5, but hitters aren't the only ones who can adjust.
Well, you always expect a good hitting team to do better the second time around against a good pitcher. But so much has been made about the Indians moving closer to the plate and taking the outside corner away from Greg Maddux. Since they had some success doing that, you can expect them to do the same tonight against Tom Glavine. But Glavine will combat this by coming inside a little more often and keeping them honest. But the one thing he can't do is get away from his strength, and that is throwing the changeup away and the fastball away. So he's going to have to come inside, but he has to keep his strength going.
Glavine beat Martinez in Game 2, despite the fact that Glavine was not terribly sharp by his standards, worked just 6 innings, but was the pitcher of record and got the win. Martinez was much better the time before last when he had almost a week's rest and nailed down the LCS to Seattle. Now tonight, he has 5 full days rest.
Well, as you said, Bob, in his first outing, he was working on 4 days. The problem with that with Martinez is that he starts throwing upstairs. And when he throws upstairs, he's meat. And in that opening game, when Lopez hit the homer against him, a 2-runner to win it for the Braves, that really finished Martinez. As you said, he's working on 5 days rest, should be stronger, excellent sinker, good breaking ball, good change, and he's not afraid to pitch inside. And by inside, I mean really backing you off.
You guys ready for this?
Absolutely. Let's go,
Game 6
baby.
Of the World Series. Let's go with tonight's Budweiser Cleveland Indians starting lineup. Lofton in center. Vizquel at short. Baer gets second. Playing with the tender ankle, but he's done pretty well despite it. Albert Bell coming alive in Cleveland in the cleanup spot. Eddie Murray, who had a Game 2 homer off Glavine, has to play the field without the DH in the National League Park. Manny Ramirez is in right. Jim Thome at third base. Pena will catch Martinez again, so once again, they will form the oldest battery in World Series history. Pena is 38, and Martinez takes the mound at age 40. Tom Glavine was 16-7 for the season. 1-0 in the postseason, as you see. He pitched well in both the Division Series and the LCS, but had no decisions against both the Rockies and the Reds. Then he won Game 2 of this World Series, which makes his overall World Series record 3-2. The defense behind him now. Klesko back in left field. Polonia had played out there when the DH rule was in effect. Grissom in center. Justice roundly booed by the home fans during introductions. Jones, Belliard, Lemke, and McGriff on the infield. Lopez back behind the plate. O'Brien had caught Maddox in Game 5.
Hey guys.
Lofton to the plate. Hitting just .238 in this World Series, but it's misleading. 6 of his last 8 trips, he's really smoked the ball, and his line drives have been caught. He's stolen 5 bases, 2 behind the World Series record held by Lou Brock. Down and in for ball 1. The plate ump is Joe Brinkman, as deliberate an umpire as you'll find anywhere in the major leagues. There will be hesitation from time to time on balls and strikes. In the air to right center field. Justice is in pursuit of this and calling. And he's got it. So they keep Lofton off the bases. Lou Brock stole 7 bases in the '67 series for the Cardinals against the Red Sox, and the next year against the Tigers. That's the World Series mark. Switch hitter Vizquel. High and away. Hasn't hit much in the postseason, but had a big triple in Game 3 at Cleveland. The Braves leading the series 2-0 at that point, had scored a run in the top of the first, and Omar's triple tied it up immediately. 1-1. Chipper Jones in on the grass at third. Vizquel is a good bunter. Out in front of the change, 1-2. To the screen. The Indians are trying to do what 5 teams have done before in a best-of-7 World Series. Recover from a 3-1 deficit and win. The Pirates against the Senators way back in 1925, and then once in each of the last 4 decades. 58 Yanks against the Milwaukee Braves, 68 Tigers against the Cardinals. 1-2 again. Checked his swing. They check it first. No. And the count levels at 2-2. In 1979, as we look at it from overhead, oh man.
A little check swing on a breaking ball that time, but the first base umpire, Harry Wendelstein, says nothing doing. Checked in time.
Here's the 2-2. Struck him out. So that'll bring up Baerga. To complete the list, the 79 Pirates were down 3-1 to the Orioles and came back and won. And most recently, 1985, the Kansas City Royals against the Cardinals. Outside ball, 1 to Baerga.
And even though the Indians have moved up on the plate, you still see Glavine pitching away. And he's going to have to stay away and occasionally come inside.
Down and in, 2-0. Game time temperature, 56 degrees. A swirling wind at 15 miles an hour at this point.
You know, it's evident here in the opening inning, guys, that this crowd in Fulton County Stadium is much more into this game than they were in the previous 2 games played here.
Well, Cleveland was one of the few cities that seemed to be immune from the malaise that engulfed baseball elsewhere this year. Beautiful new ballpark, a contending team for the first time in ages. But in Atlanta, like a lot of other places, the interest and eventually the passion came back only over time. Foul back, 2-2. Compared to the crowds in Cleveland for games 3, 4, and 5, it was quiet here in Atlanta for the opening 2 games. You can see the difference immediately in the top of the first here in game 6. Bounce back to Glavine. He's out of the first, 1-2-3. Braves coming up when we come back.
There are no prizes for making someone smile, no tributes for unlocking life's little mysteries. But to the men who give their best every day, we give our best. Gillette Sensor XL. Spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face, and soft, flexible microfins that set up your beard, and Gillette Series Aftershave Conditioner to moisturize your skin. Sensor XL for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Gillette, the best a man can get.
And now to tonight's Budweiser Braves starting lineup. At the top, it's Marquise Grissom, who's hitting .381 for the series. Lemke at second will bat second. Chipper Jones at third base. McGriff the cleanup man. Justice in right, hardly the darling of the crowd at this point. Klesko in left. Javier Lopez will catch. Rafael Belliard at short. And Glavine the pitcher. Exactly the same lineup they used against this man, Dennis Martinez, in Game 2. The one win this postseason was the clincher, also on the road, also in a Game 6 in the American League Championship Series. Then, of course, his team led Seattle 3-2. He was trying to finish it. Now he's trying to prolong it to a Game 7 in Atlanta. Here's the defense behind him. Bell, Lofton, and Ramirez in the outfield. Thome plays third. Ordinarily, they might play Espinosa there against a left-handed pitcher. But since left-handed batters do better against Glavine than righties, they stick with Thome. And you saw the rest of the defense that'll work behind Dennis Martinez. They are ready to celebrate. There is a parade already scheduled for Monday, beginning on Peachtree Street. Obviously, if the Indians should break their hearts here, the whole city of Cleveland will stage its own parade even before the team gets back. Grissom continues to sizzle. and away, ball one. He has hit safely in all 13 postseason games in which the Braves have played. And his 24 postseason hits equals the record. Ordinarily, you'd say, what does that mean? Because there are 3 rounds of playoffs now, and the comparisons are mostly invalid. But Marty Barrett of the Red Sox, in a 7-game LCS and then a 7-game World Series in '86 for a total of 14 games, had 24 hits. Grissom has his 24 in 13 games. The 1-1 pitch. A line drive caught at first by Eddie Murray. And this 1995 League Championship Series game is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. The employee owners of Avis, we're into the future, into it now, trying harder than ever. And Budweiser, official sponsor of the 1996 Olympic Summer Games here in Atlanta. This Bud's for you. Lemke's hitting .250. And the switch hitter takes strike one.
Bob, you were talking earlier about the slow, deliberate calls by the home plate umpire, Joe Brinkman. He does it physically. I mean, verbally, he says strike right away for the catcher, but he gives you that long, slow pull for a strike. Catcher's got to know right away. I mean, if it's a strike, guy on, runner going, you want to know immediately, but that's Brinkman's style. And there are a number of others that have a similar style as does Brinkman.
On 1-1, a curve is outside. Harry Wendelstedt is the umpire at first. Jim McKean at second. Bruce Fremming at third. John Hirschbeck left field line. Frank Pulley right field line. The 2-1 pitch rolled foul. If there is a 7th game, Harry Wendelstedt would be back behind the plate. Outside of Atlanta and Cleveland, the cities where there is the most interest in this game and the most passion for it might be cities like Granada, Nicaragua, hometown of Dennis Martinez, or the capital city of Managua. It is impossible to overstate what a national hero he is in his home country. The first Nicaraguan to play in the major leagues. Another curveball hit to the hole and through for a base hit.
If there is one difference in Dennis Martinez today and 5 years ago, it's this pitch right here, his curveball. His curveball used to be a lot sharper than it is now. A lot of times it will roll. That one rolled, and with 2 strikes in the past, he could put you away with that good sharp breaker down and away on the left-handed hitters.
Mark Lemke into some great company right there, along with the great Henry Aaron.
A ball to Chipper Jones. Henry did it in 2 World Series, 57 and 58. This is Lemke's 3rd in this decade.
You know, Joe, you talked earlier about Indians hitters taking Braves pitchers the other way, trying to go the other way. It's evident against Martinez here tonight that the Braves are trying to do the same thing. Grissom with that bullet that he hit to Murray, and now Lemke with the base hit to left.
Well, you're right, because Martinez has been staying away from right-handers and left-handers.
The 2-0 pitch misses.
Bob, I know this is the World Series, but I tell you what, Dennis Martinez comes very close to balking every couple of pitches. He will not stop. And I don't know if they're going to call it tonight, but you watch him closely. Sometimes he'll stop, other times he does not stop.
You know, that's what Pena may have went out and told him. make sure you stop. And you know, Joe, an umpire many times will tell a catcher that.
Right.
He'll tell you, you better go out and tell him to stop, or otherwise I'm going to call it on him.
That's exactly right.
And that's what Pena may have done.
The 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and the slow motion call by Joe Brinkman.
Yeah, as I said before, he says strike immediately, but then has to take time to get his hands out of his pocket, drop his stones in there that he's holding, and pump out that right arm.
That's all right, Joe. We'll wait for you because we have no choice.
What did Bobby Cox ask us before the game? Remember when he said, you've seen Brinkman during the year. What kind of an umpire is he? I said, well, he got that little deliberate slow call. He said, is he one of those guys that gets down on his knee? I said, yeah, he umpires that way. He said, I don't like that.
Good hit and run situation right here for the Braves, and we'll see if they're going to be aggressive early.
He was running. Here comes the throw through on strike 2, and they got him. That was a great catch and tag by Vizquel because the throw was off the bag from Pena.
It wasn't a real bad throw by Pena, but you're right, Bob. It was off the bag. He had to get rid of it very, very quickly. There it is, a breaking ball, strike on the outside corner, slightly on the shortstop side. And I got to tell you, I thought he was in there.
I did too.
I thought he was in there before the play was even called. Here's another look at it. Lemke, to me, well, you can't see it from that angle because of McKeon.
And now Chipper Jones goes the other way for a 2-out single. It is possible that Jim McKeon missed that call at second base.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that he was safe, and you'll see that. He hits the bag. Now here comes the tag way up on the calf, so you can see that he was in there. And Bob and I saw it with our naked eye up here that he was safe.
There wasn't much of a complaint from Lemke on the call, Joe, but I really did. I thought he was in there.
Couple of hits in the inning, but only one man on with 2 outs, and now McGriff fouls it off. With no margin for error, Mike Hargrove is wasting no time. The right-hander Chad Oj is up in the first inning, and now Jim Poole, seconds ago, the left-hander, joins him.
Well, Bob, I noticed when he was warming up in the bullpen, Dennis Martinez was not throwing free and easy, even in the bullpen. I mean, he just seemed like he could never get loose down there.
The 0-1 pitch, high and away. He is the kind of guy, Martinez, who will not kid his manager. If he doesn't feel 100%, he will tell him for the good of the team, I can't do as well for you as somebody else you might put in there.
Well, he looks like he's in trouble now and in discomfort. You know, for a guy who's had arm and elbow problems, Joe, I'm surprised he doesn't wear a long sleeve sweatshirt. It's going to be a little cold here where your arm stays hot, you get a sweat up.
1-2 now to McGriff.
Well, if you watch his delivery, it's not a free-flowing delivery. He seems like his arm is a little stiff. He's not free. Now watch his arm. It looked like he's pushing the ball right there, not snapping it and following through.
Trying to get out of the bottom of the first. A throw in behind Chipper Jones, but he skips back.
But the one thing about good pitchers, you better get them when you have your opportunities. If he is able to get loose after the first couple of innings, you could see the real Dennis Martinez. So it's going to be up to the Braves to try to make him pay early if he's not throwing well.
Still 2-2. I mentioned that Martinez was the first Nicaraguan to play in the major leagues. There have been others to follow him, but he remains the top guy in the minds of his countrymen. When he pitched the perfect game for the Expos against the Dodgers in 1991, they declared a national holiday, the Day of the Sportsman, in his honor, and they call him El Presidente only half kiddingly. There are people who think that if he did run for office, he could win in Nicaragua. Called strike 3. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left. After 1, no score, game 6.
It is where the lofty atmosphere of most luxury cars is left behind. It is the American-built flagship of Toyota, Avalon. Combining refined performance, comfort, and Toyota's unparalleled reputation for quality, Avalon delivers the greatest luxury of all, peace of mind. Avalon, experience the tranquility.
This isn't about why your business has to communicate better or when the time is ripe to put all the new technology to work. We're past that stage. This is about putting laptops on desks and pages in pockets. It's about email and the internet. It's about a person who puts it all together and a company that can give you the hardware and software for free. This isn't about blue sky or sci-fi or by the by. This is about now, about how. Network MCI, that's how.
We're into the future.
In conclusion, our balance sheet has never...
If we miss our plane, we've got problems.
One more thought. We must continue to
problems.
expenses.
We missed our plane.
I can tell you when the next one leaves.
Introducing Avis Flight Check, our exclusive up-to-the-minute flight information at car return. Another first from the employee owners of Avis.
Terminal B, Gate 2, you can just make it.
And I thought we had problems.
No, we have Avis.
Trying hard on and see how.
Someday, Mad About You is back, and Jamie can't wait to share her big secret with her mother-in-law. Then, on Hope and Gloria, Bobby from Taxi
Go out with me.
pulls the rug out from under Lewis.
Now I gotta take you outside and kick the shag out of you.
All new NBC Sunday.
Albert Bell has only 4 hits in this World Series, but 2 of them were homers in Cleveland as he came alive at Jacobs Field. They both went the opposite direction. This one off Steve Avery in Game 4. A game the Indians lost, and then this one in the first inning off the previously invincible Greg Maddux. And Joe, you feel that that home run was important not just because it gave the Indians the early lead.
No, but the one in the 5th game showed the Indians that we can go the other way and be successful off Maddux, and we saw the rest of them trying to do the same. So that was more than just one single home run. It really showed the other players this guy is not invincible, and if you take my lead and go the other way, we can hurt him. And they did, and that's why they scored the 4 runs.
(2-0) the count.
And that home run, Joe, preceded the high inside fastball that sent both benches onto the field when he knocked Murray back. Talking about Maddux. Murray's next.
Glavine's 2-0, way outside.
It's very easy for a team to talk about, let's go the other way, take the guys the other way. It's easy to talk about it, but until you see someone do it successfully, you really are not convinced. And they saw Bell do it successfully, and I think that turned the whole game around for the Indians.
The 3-0 pitch walked him on 4 straight. Well, Glavine in Game 2 pitched behind on the count more often than he usually does. He walked 3 men in only 6 innings, uncharacteristic of him. And now he gives Bell, a guy obviously you work carefully to, but nonetheless he gives him a walk on 4 pitches.
If you're the Atlanta Braves, though, Bob, you say to yourself, someone else is going to have to beat us other than Albert Bell. And I think that's what you're seeing here. They're going to not walk him every time, but they're going to try to make perfect pitches on him. If they're successful, okay. If they're not, then he goes to first base.
Murray took a fat Glavine fastball over the wall in Game 2. And it's low for ball 1. What effect do you feel a little stare down between Murray and Maddux in Game 5 had on the Indians and the Braves, Joe?
I think it really excited the Indians. I don't think it really bothered the Braves that much. I don't think it bothered Maddux. But I think it helped his ball club to get their adrenaline flowing.
The runner going on 1-0. Bell trying to steal, and he's gone. Steal or hit and run?
It would look like a hit and run. And in either case, you're making Eddie Murray swing at a ball that he may not want to swing at. You see Bell taking off. It is definitely a hit and run. And you see he's out by a long ways when the changeup is swung on and missed by Murray. See, that's a changeup. Swings and misses. And he's duck soup there for Lemke and Javier Lopez.
How about the throw by Lopez? Right on the bag and a bullet.
Bell stole only 5 bases all year.
It's obvious what Murray's going to see tonight, Joe.
Yes.
From Glavine. Fastballs, show me, change up, breaking ball, try and hit it.
2-2.
You see Eddie Murray talking to Joe Brinkman. He was not happy with that call, but the first pitch, Glavine was not happy with.
Well, you know, in watching all of these games in the World Series, I think in looking at the home plate umpires, everybody has been kind of liberal. They really have. I mean, off the outside corner, off the inside corner for strikes.
He punches him out. Murray departs in a foul humor.
Well, he was upset at the 2-strike call by Brinkman. He didn't think that one was a good pitch, and he still doesn't, and he's letting Brinkman know what he thinks of the third one.
But remember now, this pitch is inside. Eddie is looking outside. All the other pitches were away, and now Glavine busts him inside, and that's what we were talking about in the open. He can stay away, but occasionally he's going to have to bust the hitters inside.
I still think Murray's looking something off speed, Joe. First pitch, he's sitting fastball most of the time. Other than that, he thinks he's going to get the off-speed stuff, either a changeup, Glavine's got a great one, or the curveball, very sharp breaking curve. He still doesn't believe that pitch, and it wasn't all that bad.
The 0-1 to Ramirez. Inside. Tom Glavine was the 1991 National League Cy Young Award winner. 120 that season and the next 2. A 16-game winner in the abbreviated 1995 campaign. 2 balls and a strike.
Did you see Mike Hargrove grab Murray real quick like when he came in and started jawing at the home plate umpire? Hargrove backed him off, said, hey, we need you for the game. Stay in the ball game. That AB is gone.
With 2 out and nobody on, the 2-1 pitch. Apparently Martinez of the Indians is feeling all right now because O.J. and Poole have both taken a seat in the Cleveland bullpen. A tiny piece of it to stay alive. Bell blowing the bubble next to Hargrove, one of his coaches and a former Indian player, terrific third baseman. The 2-2.
If Glavine stays out there all night, he's going to be tough. That little changeup, little screwball or riding fastball that he has to go away from those right-handed batters, Joe. I mean, and Ramirez is one of those guys, he just doesn't seem to give up wanting to pull a ball.
Yeah, we've often seen him reach for that pitch on the outside corner and roll weakly to third or short. Got him swinging for his second strikeout of the inning and his third in the first 2 frames. After 1.5, still no score.
If you were to take every honor, every award, everything positive that's been said about the Toyota Camry and lay them end to end, you'd probably ask yourself, why did I do that? Better to drive one yourself and come up with a few accolades of your own. The 1996 Camry, the gold standard from Toyota.
Time marches on. And if you haven't planned for your retirement, you're losing ground. If you're like most Americans, you probably haven't saved enough, long enough, to retire on solid ground. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about Sun America today. Because the only thing that goes faster than money is time. Look to the sun. Sun America.
To play for a team in the NBA, taking it downtown, crashing the boards. With DirecTV's NBA Team Pass, at least I can follow any team. Or I can give it the full court press, NBA League Pass. Every team, the Magic, Knicks, Rockets, Suns, up to 30 great matchups every week. Yeah, I could be out there with those guys. Really, I could. You won't find the NBA like this on cable, so call 1-800-DIRECTV.
We talked about the Indians moving closer to the plate. See what he does when you move closer to the plate from this spot. That also moves the outside corner. And then you end up with 17 inches from here to here. And when they pitch you out there, you will still swing at it because that is your strike zone. See, that pitch is off the plate outside. And the closer you move to the plate, the more your strike zone moves away from the outside corner. You can't just change your strike zone overnight.
That's one sentiment. On the other hand, I saw a banner just below that said, "Hey, Justice, hope your bat is as big as your mouth." And mixed reception. Mixed reception. When he was first introduced before the game, nothing but boos. Now as he comes to the plate, a mixture of boos and cheers.
Well, he got their attention, Bob. He really did. They're up on their feet.
And a strike to him. He's just 3 for 18 in the series. One and one.
It was kind of a tough headline in the paper this morning. I mean, I figured I'd get up, read the paper, and it would say, "Braves back home to clinch." This is what the headline read this morning.
Out of play. What happens if we don't win? Said Justice. They'll probably run us out of Atlanta. And then he added, they might burn our houses down as well. Well, there you go.
I actually thought the headline was a little tougher than the than the article itself, though. I didn't think he really ripped them.
Well, it's not the first time he's done it. Joe talked about fan support here, or lack of it.
If they win tonight or tomorrow, all will be forgotten and forgiven. He rips it foul. Justice hit 24 regular season home runs. He has not touched one off in the postseason in any of the 3 playoff rounds. Plesko next, and then Lopez. 2-2. Ball down and in, full count. 4 of the first 5 games in this series decided by a single run. Bobby Cox has already managed 27 one-run games in postseason. And the last 9 World Series defeats he's suffered have all been by 1 run. There's a walk. And that's how the bottom of the second begins. Justice came from 1 and 2 on the count to get the base on balls.
Well, they tried to get him to chase. That last one off of Martinez just missed very high. Justice checked in plenty of time. Here's that last fastball from Martinez and the check swing by Justice. Yep, no problem on that one. I'll tell you what, Joe, in watching Martinez here tonight, and he's starting to get up into that high zone.
Pena blocks that one. Tony Pena at age 38 is still an effective player if he plays once or twice a week. If you play him every day, he'll wear down.
Well, that's what you want from your backup catcher. You want a guy that can play, you know, on an occasional basis. He's not supposed to play more than once or twice a week. And he'll do a good job for you. You're right.
Klesko was on fire in Cleveland, a homer in each game. Jose Mesa, the Indian closer, hadn't allowed a home run to a left-handed batter all year until Klesko ripped one into the right field seats in the 9th against him in Game 5.
Got a high fastball, and he really juiced it.
Three 3-0. So after walking Justice, Martinez is now behind Klesko.
As I said a minute ago, Bob, he's starting to get upstairs, and he did it. He did it in the opening inning also, where he was missing on pitches upstairs and got away. And if you don't have that 90 plus, 95, 98 mile an hour fastball, you're in deep country there.
Two consecutive walks to start the second. No one throwing in the Cleveland bullpen at this point, but Hargrove on his way to the mound. And now they begin to stir again. With the exception of Nagy, the scheduled starter for Game 7. You're not saving anybody if you're in Mike Hargrove's situation. Now, Bobby Cox might feel a little different. Maybe not a whole lot, but a little different with the 3-2 lead. Ken Hill now gets up, the right-hander, and Poole again, the left-hander.
And again, this is similar to what we saw from Martinez in his opening assignment here in Atlanta in Game 2, where, you know, he got by. I mean, he would tantalize you a little bit and then try to get you to chase off the outside or inside corner. And he was upstairs, Joe, as we talked during that game. And it's the same problem for him here tonight. He's starting to get upstairs, and he doesn't throw that hard.
And now Martinez has to face the guy who won Game 2 against him with the home run to dead center. And in the at-bat just prior to that, he pinned Albert Bell to the 385 sign in left center. Struggling with his control, Martinez brings it home, and a breaking ball is a strike.
It's a beautiful pitch right there, knee high and away. Smart hitting by Lopez not to chase it, not to even hit it. It was a strike, but you do not want to swing at that on your first pitch.
This hitter is pretty much the whole inning, because the weak hitting Belliard is next and then the pitcher's spot. So Martinez can survive it if he can get Lopez. Up and in, a ball and a strike. Lopez hit .315 for the year. Justice at second. Klesko at first. 2-1. We have to hesitate because Brinkman does. I mean, you get the feeling he's thinking it over. He isn't really. He just doesn't want to let you in on it right away. He likes to keep it his own little secret for a while.
It's tough, you're right. But as I said earlier, I mean, he does it vocally. But it takes him a long time to show you.
2-1 pitch. In the air to shallow left. Vizquel out. Bell in. Omar calling. Bell backs off, for which Omar is eternally grateful. And there's the first out.
He pulled up real quick, didn't he?
Well,
he almost blew his spikes.
Well, what's interesting there, I never saw anyone call the infield fly rule on that.
Might have been too far out there for them to call it.
Yeah, but it's no such thing as too far out if he's under control, which he is, and he can make the catch easily, which he was able to do.
The idea being that with the runners retreating, he could drop it or let it fall on purpose and get the double play with the force at third and then a quick throw to second.
Exactly.
Belliard, hitless in the series, an RBI on his squeeze bunt in game 1.
The infield fly rule is to protect the offensive team, not to help the defensive team.
Glavine on deck. Just about as dangerous as Belliard. They each hit .222. Raffy had 7 RBIs. Glavine had 8. On the corner, 1-1. Belliard hasn't had a homer since 1987. Glavine hit 1 this year. Glauser was the starter before the deep thigh bruise scratched him from the World Series. Back through the middle. Vizquel flags it down. The glove flip to Baerga and on to first to get the diving Belliard on a gorgeous double play. A couple of walks in the end don't hurt Martinez because his defense bails him out.
Great play there by Vizquel. He flips it. They do it without touching it with 2 hands.
Man, oh man. No score after 2.
With all its power, with all that it is capable of, with all its refinements and its reputation, imagine the places it can take you. The Toyota 4Runner, where civilization is headed.
There's a fine line of motor oil separating your car's engine parts that's as little as 1/1000th of an inch. But friction and heat can make motor oil become volatile and vaporize, weakening its ability to protect expensive parts. Texaco Havoline Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility, fight vaporization, and provide complete engine protection, no matter what you drive.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
I've been working on some new off-speed pitches lately. This one I call the crazy ball. Goes between 97 and 98 miles an hour. It tails into left-handers.
What was that?
This one I call Mr. Snappy. Mr. Snappy has a mind of his own. A lot of guys, they don't like Mr. Snappy.
That's gotta hurt. You know, I may be getting old, but I swear that pitch came off the back of Johnson's hand.
I'm still working on a lot of these.
A double play is very beautiful to watch, just to watch the coordination between the shortstop and the second baseman, and it doesn't get any better than this. A glove hand flip, a bare hand grab, and a toss to first base. That's about as good as you can make it. Perfect.
Like your former teammate Dave Concepcion, Omar Vizquel is from Venezuela. Concepcion is one of his idols. What similarities and differences do you see?
Well, I see they're both great shortstops. Vizquel's a lot flashier than Davey Concepcion, but that's the way that he plays. When I watch him, I see that he feels more comfortable, like flipping the ball there with his glove rather than taking it out. He feels more comfortable barehanding ground balls. Davey Concepcion was your fundamentally sound shortstop. He caught it with 2 hands and made the play. But Vizquel is very good.
Bottom of the order in the top of the 3rd against Glavine, Thome, Pena, Martinez. And there's strike 1. Thome has 4 postseason home runs. 3 of them gave the Indians the lead. The one that didn't was his titanic shot off Brad Klontz in the bottom of the 8th in Game 5, and it turned out to be important. It made it 5-2, and they won it 5-4.
You know, it upset a lot of the Braves players, too, that after Thome hit that home run, he watched it and then flipped that bat up in the air, and it spun around a couple of times before it hit the ground, and then he went into his home run trot. And a lot of these Braves players were hot about it.
1-2.
As a matter of fact, Joe, I don't know if you sense this or not. I think there's some ill feelings between these 2 clubs.
Well, there are 2 different types of ball clubs, so I think that's the problem right there. Their personalities are different.
He couldn't check, and he's gone for the 4th strikeout for Tom Glavine in 2 1/3.
There's a breaking ball from Glavine, and Thome couldn't check it.
Again, you see that ball is off the outside because they moved up closer. That ball looks like it's a strike.
You know, you guys are definitely right. There's more of a swagger about this Cleveland Indian ball club. It's well earned. They had the best percentage of any team since their predecessors, the 1954 Indians, 144. On the other hand, the Braves have been the team of the 90s, but they approach things in a different fashion, at least outwardly. Pena was 0 for 3 in Game 2. Hasn't played since then.
I talked to Tony Pena at the beginning of the series. You know, in the Game 4 when he hit the game-winning home run in the divisional series, he had the take sign. He swung 3-0 even though he had the take sign.
Squibber back to the mound. Glavine to McGriff for the second out. Beautiful Saturday night in Atlanta, and the shot from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. The pilot is Dr. Jim Maloney. Did the former Red right-hander go and get a doctorate of some kind?
Doctorate of air.
A crescent moon, Uke.
Isn't that nice?
Kind of puts you in a romantic mood, doesn't it?
Stay back.
Here's Martinez, who put the ball in play, both of his at-bats here in Game 2. Not having swung a bat in a few years since he was with the Expos.
He's up there hacking, though. I like that. You know what? As a right-hander, I don't care if you're a pitcher or not. There's a left-hander out there. You're taking your hacks. If there's a right-hander out there throwing that big, nasty curve, forget about it. And that includes me.
When it's bending into you, it's a lot easier than
right,
when it's
Joe.
bending away.
Fouled right back toward us. You had the call, but it was just beneath us.
Hey, this is not a bad swing at all. He's up there hacking. Off the outside corner. He had a good cut.
Fans roaring on 1 and 2. And Glavine finishes the inning with his 5th strikeout through 3.
It's the movie critics are calling the comedy hit of the 90s.
That's funny.
And America's made Get Shorty the #1 box office smash. Time magazine proclaims it's hilarious. Newsweek says John Travolta turns his star wattage on full blast.
Oh, man.
Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. And Rolling Stone says by far the most entertaining movie of the year.
This is going to be my driving Miss Daisy.
Get Shorty, rated R, now playing.
It's been said that everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. For some, that's just their daily commute. The Lexus Coupe.
You ever hear anyone talk about life like you gotta chew it up and spit it out? You gotta want it so bad you can taste it. You gotta be hungry. If so, Gatorade has one question for you. You want something to drink with that? Because you're gonna be thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, Miami. They've lost 3 straight. Buffalo. Jim Kelly and company are atop the AFC East. Will Dan Marino return to save the day for the Dolphins, or can the Bills cement their grip on the division lead? Or regional action? It all starts Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on the NFL on NBC.
Don't miss it. Tom Glavine will be the leadoff man in the last half of the 3rd. Pitching very effectively so far. This season began with Glavine as the focal point for all the fan antagonism here. He was the player representative for the Braves, And of all the player reps in baseball, he was among the 3 or 4 most visible. You saw him on national TV constantly. He's a very articulate guy, and the fans took it out on him. Now the thing has come full circle, and if he comes through tonight, he could be at the center of the biggest baseball celebration in Atlanta history. The Milwaukee Braves won the World Series against the Yankees in '57. The Atlanta Braves have never won a World Series. The Falcons have never been to the Super Bowl. The Hawks have never been to the NBA Finals. No Cleveland team has won a title since the '64 Browns beat the Colts. Something's got to give. Martinez to Glavine. Outside and high.
Bob, along those same lines, the feeling of the players in the Braves clubhouse, sure, they wanted to win it last night, but they wanted Tom Glavine to be the guy to win it because he's been with this franchise the longest of all the pitchers.
Since '87, as a matter of fact.
And he is basically the foundation. He formed the foundation of this pitching staff in '87, and he's the guy that they have built it around. So his teammates are all pulling for him to be the guy to win it for them.
1-2. A guy good enough to be the ace on 90% of the clubs in the major leagues. He just happens to be the number 2 man here behind Maddox.
That could all be over here tonight, though. Talking about being number 2.
Threw him the breaking ball. He bounces it over to Thome, whose throw on the run is scooped up by Eddie Murray.
Thome has really improved this year defensively, but that's what he will do more than any other thing. He will throw low to first base and make bad throws. He has learned to catch the ball a lot better, and he has actually become a guy that can play every day, but he sometimes nonchalants the ball, as you can see right there, and he makes poor throws to first base. Great play there by Murray.
As we mentioned in Game 2, Murray has played only 18 games at first base during the regular season, mostly DHing. There was a time when he was Gold Glove quality or near Gold Glove quality with the Orioles. The Indians have made 18 errors in 14 postseason games, so the gloves have often betrayed them.
Yeah, you said it right. He was Gold Glove quality.
And Grissom takes inside. He lined hard to Murray to start the Atlanta first.
Now he got a pitch outside his first time up as Martinez and Pena tried to stay down and away from him, and he hit that rocket to Murray at first. They'll go that way again, too.
The 2-0 pitch popped wide of first, and Murray will retire Grissom again. I don't know what it is, Joe, because in the earlier rounds of the playoffs, home field has not meant that much, but 34 of the last 47 World Series games have been won by the home team. You might attribute some of it to the DH, non-DH, giving the home team an advantage playing under its rules, but that can't explain all of it.
Well, I think part of it, Bob, is the fact that it doesn't matter. You play in one league all year long, you're familiar with all the ballparks. When you go to the other field, you're not familiar with those ballparks. It takes a little while to adjust.
1-1 to Lemke. In fact, Mike Hargrove told us before the game he feels more comfortable coming back here a second time. He said, you know, I didn't know the infield here.
Right.
I didn't know the dimensions of the park.
And that happens to every team, every World Series. So
I think
that's the reason.
Hitting backgrounds are different in every ballpark, Joe. You didn't like hitting in this ballpark. You said you couldn't pick the ball up here.
No.
And when you look out in center field, I mean, it looks like a pretty decent hitting background.
But remember, they had people sitting out there before.
Yeah, I remember. That's where my passes were.
Only the best for you, Uke. 2-2. In contrast to the first, where he gave up a couple of singles and was bailed out when Lemke was caught stealing, and in the second, where he walked the first 2 men, and then a brilliant double play ended the inning, Martinez is cruising through the third. Baerga retires the side in order, and will return after this from your local station.
NBC Tuesday. On Wings, Lowell is back one last time, and he's changed.
Come here, dumplings.
Then, News Radio's Office Romance Exposed.
This is delicious.
And Frasier battles Bulldog in the war of practical jokes. And The Pursuit of Happiness has Wings Steven Weber.
NBC Tuesday.
National rents cars to millions of business travelers a year. But now they want to be your vacation car rental company too. Make every vacation a national holiday with National's low vacation rates. Go skiing. Hey, go! Or take a break and just relax.
Make your vacation a national holiday. Call your travel agent or 1-800-CAR-RENT.
The service here is impeccable.
You think in color. Your computer thinks in color. So how come everything you print comes out black and white? Black and white. The Epson Stylus color printers, starting at $349 for the kind of brilliant color that will let your ideas be heard. You've got to see it in Epson color.
You can't beat it out here. The sun, the sand.
And we got trucks. If you can keep the beach safe, you're a good lifeguard.
Physical training is certainly important.
Shoot, I'm a great swimmer.
But you need to have good equipment as well.
Yeah, Ford Rangers.
One of the best pieces of equipment we have.
I like working with the most handsome men in the world.
I really love the Ford Ranger.
They look good. They make us look good.
But right now, I gotta watch the water.
These Ford Rangers come in, they get me there quicker than anything else.
They're really cool.
Not far from the border, there is a place where tacos al carbon are made from scratch. The tortillas come from a recipe generations old, and the scent of freshly cut onions and cilantro mingles with aromatic flavors of marinated chicken and steak, grilled over an open flame. And every day, these authentic tacos al carbon are served to you on a nice red plastic tray. Only 99 cents each. Only at El Pollo Loco. It's that good.
Top of the order in the top of the fourth. Lofton, Vizquel, and Baerga. Kenny hit the ball hard his first time up, sending Justice nearly to the track in right center. That's the only fly ball out by either side through 3 innings. Strike one. You only hope the next pitch isn't on the way before you learn the outcome of the preceding pitch from Joe Brinkman.
You know, I would just figure that a World Series game, calling balls and strikes, you'd really want to fire that right arm out there. But I mean, that's the way he does it all the time, so I guess he's not going to change no matter where we are.
Which is not to say his calls are inaccurate or that he's not a good umpire.
Well, let's say that too.
Just for the heck of it, or because you think?
Hey, why not? It's our last night.
Well, you can, in that case, if you have any personal beefs or anything you'd like to get off your chest, I encourage you.
One thing I want to get off my chest is you.
Glavine ahead 1-2. Reaches for it, rolls it to first. McGriff to the bag himself for the first out. And this 1995 World Series game is brought to you by MGM's new comedy, Get Shorty. Don't say anything. McDonald's, have you had your break today? And Bud Light, official sponsor of the 1996 Olympic Summer Games. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. You know, why don't you just do like that show? Why don't you just do like Peter Finch as Howard Beale in Network? Fling open the window and whatever's bothering you, just shout it.
Well, whatever leaves, we'll let it leave too.
Here's Vizquel. Glavine struck him out the first time. At the knees, a strike.
This guy always looks like he's in pain or always having problems or sickly during the game. You know, he really does. I didn't mean sick like that, but...
Vizquel trying to bunt, fouls it off. The Indians do not have a hit yet against Glavine. He's walked one and struck out 5. Further proof of one of baseball's verities about good pitching, stopping good hitting. Indians hit .291 for the year, best team batting average since the 1950 Red Sox. .202 in this World Series. They averaged 5.8 runs a game for the year. In the series, 3.8. The 0-2.
That was just to keep Vizquel honest on the inside. He had thrown 2 changeups away, so he comes off the plate inside 0-2. Goes back away.
You know, fans sometimes wonder, Joe, how you can keep doing that time after time after time. But when these guys work year after year after year, spring training after spring training, I mean, that's nothing. I mean, you can do that 9 out of 10 times, right in the same spot.
Check swing foul.
And he did.
One of the points I'm sorry about. One of the points I want to make is that in the first 3 innings during the year, he gave up 40 runs. The rest of the innings, he only gave up 36. So the point is, if you don't get him early, you usually do not get Glavine, and we're now in the 4th inning.
He's gone for the 6th strikeout recorded by Glavine. Breaking ball down and in, and Vizquel wants to know if it was a called strike or if he said he didn't check his swing.
And he's asking a little more than that from Joe Brinkman. He's satisfied now, but I mean, there was no hesitation on Brinkman's part. Watch him pull back on this one. None of that slow, deliberate call there. He jumps up and bang. Here it is one more time. Breaking ball low and inside. From that angle, it looked like he went. And Joe Brinkman pop it up and bang, you're out of there.
Now Baerga, who tapped to the mound to end the first. Fastball outside.
What I was going to say a moment ago, Joe, was just how nice it is for a guy like Lopez, or any catcher for that matter. You got a guy like Glavine out there, man, hitting the outside corner. You set up out there and bang, you just sit.
2-0. We're in the 4th, no score. Game 6. Tried the corner and missed. 3-0.
Watch Lopez. Watch how he sets the target out there. He moves just a little bit, just a little off the corner, but normally he sets up out there and Glavine hits the target. Like that.
If there is a game 7, Nagy against Smoltz, but everybody goes to the bullpen, including Avery, who would be well rested. There's Smoltz. Maddox on 2 days rest. Hershiser on 2 days rest. And Baerga with a high pop into shallow center. Coming in is Grissom. Glavine has held the Indians hitless through 4.
Americans have always held a special place for automobiles, and in particular, automobiles that just plain work. It makes sense when you think about it. America is a big place. There is a lot of ground to cover. Americans need to cover ground. There are more Chevrolets on the roads of America than any other car. More people trust Chevrolet. Why? Probably because they just plain work, and people like that. There is, after all, ground to cover.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Dad?
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
What is it, son?
Well, Dad, you're my dad. And I love you, man.
You're not getting my Bud Light, Johnny.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Ray, forget it, Johnny.
Can I interest you in a change of pace?
Change? Change! The lens on your Rebel. Change! Play on a whole new level. Rebel!
I like change. EOS lenses and the Rebel X from Canon.
Last year was a rocket repeat. Find out if they can make it 3 in a row. Tune into NBA Preview, the race for the rings. Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the time in your area.
Welcome back to the World Series in Atlanta. I'm Jim Gray. I'm now joined by the 39th President of the United States, President Carter and Mrs. Carter. Great to see you both. President Carter, you have mediated crises all across the world. And last year you offered your services to Major League Baseball in their labor dispute. Would you offer your services again? And briefly, what solution might you put to them?
Well, if they need me, I would certainly offer the full services of the Carter Center, because we're experts on negotiation and mediation. And I'm afraid that if the players and owners don't reach an agreement soon, that it's going to be a much more damaging effect having a deadlock even than it was last year. So yes, we would be available, but if they could get along without us, that's the best way to do it.
I guess the best thing now about being a former president, Mr. Carter, is that you can now root. All those years in the White House, you weren't allowed to root, and you're a long-suffering Braves fan, aren't you?
Well, I rooted for the Braves, you know, watching TV and so forth. And I'm so proud of the Braves. They've done better the last 5 years than any other team in baseball. So we have confidence that they're going to do well tonight.
President and Mrs. Carter, it's great to see you. I know you have a book coming out, Amy Illustrated at Christmas. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bobby's still got quite an arm as well.
Yeah, he zipped that first pitch of the night up there. Better than just about any ceremonial first pitch thrower I've seen recently.
Well,
Chipper Jones hit the first pitch from Martinez in this inning sharply, but Baerga flagged it down at second, and that brings up McGriff, who struck out his first time.
When you talked about everybody in the bullpen tomorrow night, after looking at him the first pitch tonight, he may be there too. 43-mile-an-hour gasser.
I think that was only his changeup, actually. McGriff rips one, and Baerga's got this from the outfield grass. 2 down.
Nice play there by Baerga. You know he has a bad ankle, but I mean, he moves very quickly on the ball and comes up with 2 pretty good plays here. This ball is ripped, breaking ball down, and McGriff rips it toward the hole. See, Baerga reaches out, comes up with it, takes his time and throws it. Says he feels better today than he has the entire series. And you can see he's moving better.
Earlier, his manager, Mike Hargrove, had pegged him at only about 75%. With the sprained ankle that may actually be more than a sprain. There may be some ligament damage there. He's playing through clenched teeth. Here's Justice. Walked his first time. Check swing foul past Jimmy Williams in the third base coach's box.
You know, Joe, looking at Martinez here in the last couple of innings, he's starting to settle down now in difference to the opening inning where everything was upstairs. As a matter of fact, into the second when he walked Justice and Klesko before getting out of it with a double play. But he's starting to settle down now. Fastball, sinker down low, breaking stuff is low.
Some of the fans, not many, but some reacting to that. It wasn't even close, but they're mindful of what happened with Maddox and Murray in Game 5 and looking for any sort of repeat of that. Hit hard, left center field. Lofton sprinting over, can't get to it. Cuts it off before the track, but Justice will challenge him. Sprinting for second and in with a double. Lofton, Joe, has a very good arm.
That was an excellent play by Lofton just to make it that close. He had a long way to go to cut it off and then had to stop his momentum, turn, and fire a strike to second base. Justice will go the other way, and he finds the gap in left center field. Now watch Lofton. I mean, he's going full speed just to cut it off. Now watch him. He stops quickly and makes an accurate throw. That is very difficult to do, but he made it a close play at second base. Look how accurate this throw is. Perfect throw there.
Oh, and what a tough slide. What a hard slide at second by Justice, Joe. He looked like he got down a little bit too late. You saw his front leg pop off the bag. It looked like he almost jammed it.
An intentional walk now to Klesko. Almost unbelievably, that was Justice's first extra base hit of the entire postseason. Well, it's a pick your poison deal here. Klesko has been hot. Lopez, on the other hand, burned Martinez in Game 2, but Lopez is a right-handed hitter. And Klesko for the year hit .331 against right-handed pitching, .310 overall. So they give him the pass, and this probably makes sense. And they'll take their chances with Lopez.
But it will tell you how Hargrove is going to play the remainder of this ball game, Bob, because normally in this situation, I know that Klesko's been swinging the bat well, but you tried to get him out because the more runners you put on base and then somebody finds a gap or they get a base hit, the more trouble you're in, and you just cannot afford to fall too far behind in this ball game.
Let's flash back to game 2, 6th inning. And Martinez put one out over the plate. He knew it was fat. You saw him bow his head after Lopez connected. That proved to be the decisive blow as the Braves took a 2-0 lead in the series. Cleveland won 2 of 3 at home to bring it back here. Ball 1. Eric Plunk gets up for the first time. It's the 3rd time Poole has been up and throwing, the left-hander. Crowd chanting, Javi, Javi. After 2 out, a double by Justice, an intentional walk to Klesko, and a threat in the Atlanta 4th.
No sooner do we talk about Martinez getting into his zone, Joe, where he's staying downstairs, and he's starting to miss upstairs now, and Murray's coming over to talk to him.
But remember one thing, he's throwing from the stretch now. And we sometimes forget that it is more difficult for a pitcher when you get him into a stretch to get the ball down and to bend his back. That's Kenny Hill saying hurry.
Yep, get ready.
That's the hurry sign.
He said this is for real.
The 2-0. 3-0. Now Belliard is next.
I'm going. I'm going.
You're letting him hit?
Absolutely.
Yes. I don't think there's any doubt that he has this green light. But Dennis Martinez also knows that. Maybe he'll throw one just out of the strike zone and he will chase it.
Check swing foul. Looked like it would have been ball 4.
That'll tell you he was going too. Or hitting, if you will. High inside fastball from Martinez. And Lopez, as we thought, green light 3-0. Now you may try to finish him with a breaking ball, get him to chase something here.
For the 2nd straight at bat, Lopez is the key man for Martinez. He got him to pop up back in the 2nd with 2 on and nobody out. Now 2 on, 2 out, and the 3-1 pitch. Did he go around again? He did. Same pitch. Running in on him.
Look, Martinez is as smart as you get when you're standing out there on the rubber. He knows that Lopez is swinging. He knows that he's anxious, so he will not throw him a strike. And again, that pitch is off the plate, but Javi commits too far. I mean, this pitch, you can't do anything with it if you hit it. That's what Dennis Martinez is saying to himself.
The runners will take off on the 3-2 pitch, and Martinez looks Justice, the lead runner, back.
That'll happen sometimes to a pitcher. He'll come up into the stretch. The ball doesn't feel right, and the pitch that he is about to throw doesn't feel right in his hand for this particular pitch. And he knows that this is a big pitch in the World Series, so he did the right thing by stepping off.
Baseball is a game of subplots, and it could very well be that in the offseason, what we'll think about is this little mini battle, Martinez and Lopez. They have faced each other in 3 crucial situations in the 2 games Martinez has pitched. Lopez won the big one with his 6th inning homer in game 2. There they go, and here it comes. He walked him. They're loaded for Belliard. Would you hit for Belliard this early in the game?
I would not.
You know, when we asked Bobby Cox before the game if Mordecai might get a shot at playing shortstop, he said, I'm staying with Belliard. He said, as a matter of fact, even in the 6th inning, when I do sometimes pinch hit for him, I hate to do it because I lose defense.
And Bobby Cox's philosophy is pitching and defense first.
He did hit for Raffy very early in game 5.
Well, he thought he had a chance of putting it away right then. That's why he had to do it, or getting, he wanted to get right back in it right then. So I think today is a whole different scenario. He's got Glavine was well rested. He's pitching well.
Bases loaded, 2 out. And Belliard went around for strike 1. He's now 0 for 13 in the series, although he made a bid for his first hit in the second, bouncing one over the mound, and Vizquel started a brilliant double play with a glove hand flip to Baerga, who barehanded it on the pivot and got it over to Murray to complete the 6-4-3 that got them out of the inning. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball hit in the air to left. Bell and Lofton in left center for the catch. They leave the bases loaded. Still scoreless after 4.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
After the kind of day you put in, all you want to do is fall into a nice, comfortable easy chair in a quiet place.
Like a rock.
Of course, sooner or later, you'll have to go home.
Dad, wake up,
What?
Dad. Get up, Dad.
What is it, Jack?
It's Saturday. You said you would take me to McDonald's for breakfast Saturday.
Yeah,
and you
I
said I
know.
could have an Egg McMuffin and a big juice. And you said you and Mom would have pancakes and sausage and coffee. And you said you wouldn't go to work today. You said.
I know, but it's 3:30 in the morning.
Oh,
We got plenty of time, okay?
okay. I'll be back in exactly 10 minutes.
For generations, its light has welcomed the world. And millions have come sharing dreams of achievement and success. Soon, another torch will light the way. And once again, people will come from every corner of the earth to chase their dreams. The Olympics, America's Games on NBC.
It's Star-Crossed Thursday. First on Brands, Caroline shows up to meet Ross's son.
Where's your baby?
Then Ross is on the single guy, and they each think the other one's, hey. You never know who will turn up on Seinfeld. Plus Chandler guest stars on Caroline. NBC Star-Crossed Thursday.
A city hoping it's on the brink of a celebration. There's no question that the Braves have been baseball's finest team over the last 5 years. 3rd time in the World Series, 4th time in postseason play, and the only season in that stretch they didn't make it to the postseason, nobody did. Last year when everything stopped on August 12th. But what the Indians are trying to do is not unprecedented. A handful of clubs have come from behind, 3 games to 1. Another handful have won the last 2 on the road, as they would have to do here. A foul ball off Bell's bat. He hit 50, as you know, to lead the major leagues. 10 more than anybody else in either league. The Indians as a team hit 207. If you project that to 162 games a full season, it comes to 232, not far off the all-time record of 240. Back 0-2. That was set by the Maris and Mantle 1961 Yankees. So that's how powerful a club the Cleveland Indians were this year.
That may be the best pitch that Albert Bell gets at Glavine in this particular AB. That was a mistake from Glavine. Right down Main Street, and he fouled it back.
Down and away, 1-2. Bell walked his first time up. Then on a blown hit and run, he was cut down stealing. Skips rope a bit, 2-2. They've walked him 6 times, Joe, in the last 5 games.
Well, they've decided he's not going to beat them, and you have to choose one of the guys in this lineup that you think can hurt you the most, and Bell has proven to be that person for the Braves. So he's not going to beat them unless they just get in a bases loaded situation where they have to give in.
Still 2-2. Glavine has faced the minimum 12 hitters through 4. The only man he's allowed to reach was Bell on a leadoff walk in the second. After he was caught stealing, Glavine's house was back in order. Indians still looking for their first hit. Full count. How many times a game does Cox remove the hat, remove the glasses? Seems like it's an every pitch ritual for him. A little roller foul. Bell had to take off just in case it rolled back across the chalk.
A good hustle by Bell that time, because Lopez had that thought in mind. Let that ball roll and see if it comes back into fair territory. And if you're standing there after you've hit the ball thinking it's going to be a foul ball, look at that ball kind of spinning toward the line.
Uke, that had more English on it than Mr. Belvedere.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I'll see you guys back at the hotel.
It was now or never, pal.
Oh, yeah, I know it. You've been waiting all year.
Another 3-2 pitch. In the air down the right field line. Deep but foul.
He was born in Scotland, by the way. Did you know that?
Mr. Belvedere was?
Absolutely. Yep. Christopher Hewitt, sure.
I didn't know that.
Well, you do now, pal. Everybody out there saying, who's Mr. Belvedere?
Still in syndication, isn't it? The checks are still coming, aren't they? And he walked him. Well, the only 2 walks Glavine has issued have both been to Bell, and it's not a lack of control. It's purposeful, pitching very, very carefully to the Indian cleanup hitter. Let's watch the sequence of pitches. Eddie Murray's last at-bat, Joe.
Well, I said Glavine would have to stay away, just pitch to his strength, and you see him doing so there, staying away, but then you also have to keep them honest by coming inside. Right there, that's strike 3. You get a hitter looking away, and then you can bust him inside anytime you want.
How surprised were you by that little maneuver by Hargrove in the second? With Bell at first, he sends him with Murray at the plate.
Well, I was surprised if it was a hit and run. I was really surprised. If it was a straight steal, maybe Bell just took off.
And he pops it up. Who will it be? Jones or Lopez? Lopez in foul ground. Murray is now just 2 for 19 in the World Series, but the first hit was a homer, and the second was the game winner in the bottom of the 11th in Game 3.
Now these fans in Atlanta kind of taunting Murray. They're hollering Eddie, Eddie, as they do in Cleveland. You got a tough time, tough series.
Ramirez struck out in the second inning. 250, 4 for 16 in the series. Ball 1. But think who those left-handed pitchers have been for the most part.
And that's the good point.
Couple of starts against Randy Johnson, couple now against Tom Glavine, throw in Steve Avery.
You look at the way the Braves outfield is playing Ramirez. I mean, they're almost telling him how they're going to pitch him. Look at Grissom playing well into right center field. Justice only about 40 feet off the line and right. They're saying we're going away on you.
The 2-0, but first, a toss to first, and Bell is back easily. Glavine waiting as Ramirez sets himself in the box. Foul. 2-1.
They just keep working him away, Joe. I mean, time after time and game after game, and he's still trying to pull that outside pitch.
And they keep mixing the speeds on him. I think that's really what's bothering him. They will throw a fastball out there, he doesn't catch up with it, and then when they throw the changeup out there, he's trying to catch up with what he thinks is a fastball, so he ends up pulling it and topping it.
And you can see by that graphic during the year, he went to the opposite field with great success. Ought to go back to his original approach. Hit toward the hole. Belliard to his right, scoops it up, gets the force. There'll be no throw. And Bell is exchanged for Ramirez. 2 out now in the 5th.
And for all of those people who are wondering why Bobby Cox did not pinch hit for Belliard in the bottom of the 4th with the bases loaded, that is an example right there. He knows that he needs Belliard's glove in a game that's this tight when you have a good pitcher on the mound like Glavine. This is not a routine play. Far more difficult than it looked, but Belliard made it look routine, and that's why they want him out there.
Now Thome, who struck out his first time. Ball 1. Ramirez at first. 2 down on the top of the 5th. Indians nothing, Braves nothing. Game 6. Swing and a miss.
Now this pitch is a little bit upstairs, off speed, and Thome tried to take it out of here. One more time. Change of pace, a little upstairs though. Glavine didn't want it there, and Thome out in front.
We talked the first time Glavine pitched, we talked about the fact that he had trouble against left-handed pitchers, and we noted that was because he was so far toward the third baseline and couldn't get a good angle for his curveball. But what we've seen him do to adjust is throw more changeups to left-handers than he had in the past.
The 1-1. 1-2.
And they're on their feet again here in Atlanta.
Determined to prove Dave Justice wrong. They're ready for Game 6. Relatively quiet last weekend. Nothing like the ruckus they raised in Cleveland. Different atmosphere tonight. 2-2. Atlanta's first couple, at least in the baseball season. Any one at bat, any one pitch could, in retrospect, be the World Series. The 2-2. Full count. And a small edge to the Indians as Ramirez will be running from first.
And this is a good at bat for Thome. Even though he swung and missed, took strike 2, he has still made Glavine work in this at bat, and it's not over yet.
Struck him out. 7 strikeouts through 5. Hasn't allowed the Indians a hit. Georgia Governor Zell Miller alongside Jane Fonda showing his approval, as does the rest of the 52,000 plus.
There are no medals for being the shoulder to cry on. No awards for passing on traditions. But to the men who give their best every day, we give our best. Gillette Sensor XL. Spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face, and soft, flexible microfins that set up your beard, and Gillette Series shaving gel for incredible smoothness. Sensor XL for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Babe Ruth hit 714 home runs. But you know, he also struck out 1,330 times.
Oh, my.
This is the fabric of our lives. This is cotton.
There are more than 77 million parents in America today. 77 million moms and dads all doing the same thing, worrying about their kids. That's why you need Chevy Lumina. A car you can trust. Lumina offers an integrated child safety package. Few cars can offer your kids this protection, and no car in its class can offer it for the price of a Lumina. For 77 million of you, that's one less thing to worry about. That's genuine Chevrolet.
Sunday on the NFL on NBC, Mike Ditka tells of his endearing relationship with former quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Then Mike gives you the ultimate insight. Buddy Ryan, man or myth, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern.
You're not really going to do this. You just watch Sunday.
Mike Ditka lets loose Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
Here is Tom Glavine's last offering to Tomey. A beautiful changeup. Had him out front, strikes him out for number 7. And you look at Jane and Ted. What's the reaction? Ted Turner right there. Yes!
Ted Turner, of course, has a much higher profile internationally and in American business than just the owner of the Atlanta Braves, but he is a much different sort of baseball owner than he was back in the 70s.
He wanted to manage then.
Glavine leads off, and Martinez offers ball 1. In fact, he did put himself in uniform. Yep. They were in the midst of a 16-17 game losing streak sometime in the late 70s. He managed one game, lost it by a run, as I remember. Bowie Kuhn said, no, you can't do that. And so he had to go back into the owner's box. But there was a time when he was widely perceived as among the negative influences in the game. Profligate spending, throwing money at free agents, throwing the salary structure out of whack, and no winning teams to show for it. The team a laughingstock. And then he stepped aside, brought in Bobby Cox, eventually John Schuerholz. They built a terrific franchise. A team that looks like it'll be in good shape, as Glavine is caught looking. Not just this year, but beyond. They've got a very deep farm system. They always have a lot of options when it comes to making trades. And he can just sit back now and enjoy the fruits of his labor and the labors of Cox and Schuerholz and the rest of a very fine organization.
He threw money at a lot of people, even if you weren't a player. Back in those days.
The strikeout for Martinez, as he put Glavine away, was just his second. Grissom's 0 for 2. Fastball hit hard and foul.
He may have broken his bat on that jamming fastball, but it looks like he's all right. And one more time. You saw where that ball hit, down around the trademark. And Grissom thought he broke his bat. Hit it foul by about 3 feet.
Bottom of the 5th, no score. Shallow center field. Baerga back from second base. 2 quick outs.
In the first inning, he threw Grissom a fastball away, lined it towards right field. Eddie Murray made the catch. Since that time, he has come up and in the last 2 times at bat, and he has jammed Grissom and gotten pop-ups. So he adjusted to the fact that he saw Grissom going the other way in the first inning.
Scoreless game. The 2 real threats have belonged to Atlanta. Had a couple on with nobody out in the second. Had the bases loaded with 2 out in the 4th. A ball to Lemke, who singled and grounded out. One and one. Lemke punched a single between Thome and Vizquel his first time up. It looks to me like Thome is a little bit further off the line and toward the hole in this at-bat.
Definitely.
Two and one. That's why, and this is true of other sports in different ways, but you watch the highlights of a baseball game. They may be exciting, but they don't tell you everything. What happens now is dependent upon what happened before. And some of what happens now is meant to set up what might happen next. 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball. Pena held it there, hopeful of the call from Brinkman. Didn't get it.
That's Tony Pena now shouting at Martinez, make him swing the bat. Make him swing the bat.
Well, it was obvious that he wanted to call a fastball. Martinez shook him off to get to the curveball, and that's why he's saying, no, throw a fastball. Make him swing the bat.
Fastball, or was it?
Yes.
Yep. Sinking fastball.
Sinker. Well, that's exactly. There he is right there. You see Tony Pena. A catcher can tell you everything about this game and what's going on. And
especially
basically,
if he can read lips.
Yeah. And basically says, turn the ball loose. Let this guy hit.
Well, Lemke hit only 5 homers all year. And you've got the dangerous guy, Chipper Jones, next. 2 outs. Come after him.
Yeah, I mean, you take your shot here with this guy. I mean, throw it right down the pipe if he hits it out of here. I mean, you got to give him a little bit of credit, too. Rather than walk him, as you suggested, Bob, with Jones coming up next. It's amazing, though, when you watch Glavine and Martinez, or any veteran pitcher for that matter, they just really hate to give in to any hitter in any situation. They hate to do it.
And he walks him with 2 out. He'll have to face Chipper Jones.
Even there, he did something different with the pitch. He threw in 2 sinking fastballs, and then he tried to ride the fastball up and away to strike him out. Wrong pitch.
That's Martinez's 5th walk. 1 was intentional. Poole again. He's going to wear himself out just getting up and down in the pen. Ball 1 high and away to Jones, who singled to the opposite field and then grounded sharply to Baerga at second base. Slow roller right side. Baerga has to charge. Bare hands and makes no throw. Jones took a tumble as he crossed first, beating out the infield hit, but he's okay. Well, you've got 2 left-handed batters now, McGriff and Justice. He's had the lefty Poole up. That was Martinez's 81st pitch, so it's doubtful he would have gone more than another inning anyway, beyond the 6th. We're in the 5th now. So if Hargrove wants to make a move, there's some logic behind it, and he will. 40-year-old Dennis Martinez has thrown his last pitch of a fine season. And as Jim Poole comes in, we step aside for a moment.
How close are you to all the sports you'd ever want to see? With Prime Star. Closer than you think. Prime Star has all the action you're looking for, plus lots of other great programming, all with digital picture and sound. And since Prime Star is a service, there's no equipment to buy. And it all starts at about $1 a day. So if you love sports, call 1-800-PRIME-STAR.
Sunday, Mad About You is back, and Jamie can't wait to share her big secret with her mother-in-law. Then, on Hope and Gloria, Bobby from Taxi
Go out with me.
pulls the rug out from under Lewis.
Now I gotta take you outside and kick the shag out of you.
All new NBC Sunday.
Well, let's take a look at this last ground ball. This was a good pitch by Martinez. The ball is chopped to the right side. Now watch, Baerga has played very well defensively. What happens here, see, he has a chance to get him, but what happens is he caught the ball in the palm of his hand. He didn't catch it in his fingers. Watch right here. He's got it in the palm. And if you throw the ball like that, a palm ball, you may throw it away. So he wisely does not throw it first. And you see Chipper Jones tripping over Eddie Murray's foot, and he goes tumbling. Let's take another look at it. See, trips over his right foot, which was on the bag.
Chipper Jones was Martinez's last hitter. On comes the 29-year-old left-hander, Jim Poole, to face McGriff with Justice on deck. Now, the pitcher's spot is due second in the top of the sixth. It'll be interesting because if Poole should get McGriff to end the inning, there'd be two lefties, Justice and Klesko, in the next inning. So they might let Poole bat for himself in the top half of the sixth, if only to pitch to two batters in the bottom half. But this is the one he has to get. McGriff is struck out, then was robbed of a hit on a fine play by Baerga. Strike one. One would have to guess that Joe Brinkman is not a hyperactive guy. He might be the most relaxed man in this ballpark, working home plate. The 0-1. He's ahead of him quickly.
Now, this is the luxury that Hargrove has had throughout the year with the Ossenmachers and the Pools and Tavares and Plunk going left-hander, right-hander, depending on who it is you're facing. Ahead now to McGriff, 2 strikes.
On 3 pitches, he ends the threat. Hargrove's move pays off. No score after 5.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane,
Frank, we're late.
Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium are formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving. For smooth starts and sure acceleration, just give us 5 tanks, and we think you'll see a difference. A word of advice, though. Maybe you'd better leave the windows rolled up.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
I am easily satisfied with the very best.
It's tough to admit you've got hemorrhoids, but knowing what to do about them is easy. Just get what doctors recommend, Preparation H. It helps relieve all these symptoms, and it's formulated to reduce swelling. More people trust doctor-recommended Preparation H.
The Braun Oral-B Plaque Remover has a unique cup-shaped brush head that removes plaque more effectively than a manual toothbrush, leaving your teeth so clean you can feel it. The Braun Oral-B Plaque Remover cleans better than a manual toothbrush.
The critics love it.
A perfect night for murder.
A riveting, intense thriller, says TV Guide. NYPD Blue's Sharon Lawrence sizzles.
But they cannot believe that I am a murderer.
Daphne Zuniga and David James Elliott in a passion-packed, stimulating feast of suspense.
They think you did it.
A movie with a final twist that will leave you surprised.
Oh, my God.
Degree of Guilt, NBC Sunday.
Only a couple of walks to Albert Bell have marred Tom Glavine's performance thus far. And marred might not even be the right word because he was being very careful intentionally with Bell. The former Brave, Charlie Leibrandt, the last pitcher to throw 5 hitless innings at the start of a game in the World Series. Game 6 for the Royals, a series in which he pitched brilliantly with no victories to show for it. Game 6 at home against the Cardinals. That was the game with a controversy at first. Don Denkinger with the safe call on George Orta. Cardinals winning 1-0 as they went to the 9th. Royals rallying for 2 to tie the series, winning 11-0 the next night. Pena is the hitter. Tony was out on a comebacker his first time up. Nope. I should have waited, huh? Jim Poole on deck has spent his entire career in the American League. He was with the Orioles before the Indians. Other than spring training, he has never batted in a game that mattered.
And I'm not so sure he should bat in this game.
Well, Justice and Klesko, 2 left-handed hitters, start the bottom of the 6th for Atlanta.
Right. But the closer you get to the 9th inning in a tie ball game and you're down 3-2, the more the pressure swings on you.
Hit softly in the shallow center, and it drops in front of Grissom. He kicks it. Pena with a wide turn. Justice backing up, and that's the first hit. Now the question is, can Poole bunt?
Yeah, that's fine. I think you shouldn't hit, would still be my point. See, good job there by Justice of backing up the play, because Pena started for second, and you see Justice backs up Grissom and keeps Pena at first base.
And the interesting thing here, too, Joe, is to watch Poole. I mean, he's up there left-handed against the left-hander Glavine, to see if he's going to keep himself in there, make himself stay in there to try and bunt a ball.
Chipper Jones just about close enough to shake his hand. He gets the bunt down foul.
Tell you what, he did a good job on that bunt. I mean, he really tried to kill it. You could see him pull the bat back and really try to kill the ball. Bunted it foul, but he stayed in there.
If you're the Braves in this situation, you let Chipper come way in, go ahead and throw the fastball away, because that's probably where he's going to end up bunting it, and you may end up with a double play. If you throw a good fastball away and he doesn't deaden it down the third base line, you've got a chance for a double play. So this pitch should be away. Just stay away.
He pops it back, and he's in an 0-2 hole.
Pena's got to be careful at first, too. I mean, a bunt attempt, and that guy behind the plate coming out firing. We've seen it happen before.
There's very little doubt that they keep the bunt on, even with 2 strikes, because they can't have any confidence in Poole as a hitter.
Absolutely. I mean, he's staying in there pretty good. But he's fouled a couple.
He squares, and he bunts it up in the air. It doesn't matter, but McGriff catches it anyway. He would have been out on the foul bunt with 2 strikes.
Well, the fastball is away and up, and he pops it up. And as you said, McGriff really should not even chase this ball because there's not anything you can do. If you catch it and fall down, then the guy at first may be able to tag up and go to second. So just let it drop, and it's an automatic strikeout anyway.
Not a bad move at all, though, by Hargrove.
No, no.
Poole just couldn't get the bunt down. Now here's Lofton. Who was flied to Justice in fairly deep right center and grounded softly to first. Back to the mound. Glavine to Belliard. Can they get Lofton? No. Just about anybody else. And the inning's over.
Here it is one more time. Broken bat bouncer right back to Glavine. Belliard coming across the bag. And as you said, Bob, anybody else? Yes. Not Lofton. There again, Belliard coming across to take a nice throw from Glavine. And the Lofton beat it. And he'll run too anytime.
They've caught him once in this series. Javi Lopez back at the plate now. Cut him down in game 3. He's been successful 5 times.
Well, we'll see if Glavine uses a slide step to get the ball to home plate quicker and give Lopez a shot at Lofton if he does go.
Not going. Outside. Outside corner. You know, I've got to stop guessing with this guy Brinkman.
You can't do it. I mean, working behind this guy, you know, during the regular season and trying to do play-by-play, Bob, it just, I mean, you have to really hold off on him. I mean, most of the other umpires are pretty consistent. There are a few guys that do that, but yeah, if you had him mic'd, you'd feel a lot better. You'd know sooner.
I'm just going to ask him to fax the call up to the booth. Would arrive at about the same time. He goes, and they've got him picked off, but he may steal it anyway, and he does. There's speed, and then there's game-changing speed. There's intimidating speed. I remember Maury Wills doing that in the 1963 series for the Dodgers against the Yankees. That's the kind of play Ricky Henderson or Lou Brock might make.
Well, I don't think he would have picked Maury off. But in this case, he took a little too long to get the ball to first base. That was a problem. He gave him the slow, deliberate move, and he had him going, but Lofton kept going.
And it's 0-2 now to Vizquel.
Now watch how long it takes Glavine to get the ball to first base. See, that's that slow move, and he was off with the first movement. See, he's going all the way. No chance for McGriff really to get him at second base.
Now the 0-2. Didn't miss by much. Next time you see Maury Wills, I think it was Al Downing. It's either Downing or Ford. I think it was Downing who picked him off first base in a game at Yankee Stadium, and Maury just kept on going to second.
Yeah, I just know that Tom Glavine wouldn't have picked him off.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Glavine hasn't picked off anybody this year. So he's not going to pick Maury Wills off. I guarantee you that. Yeah, Glavine started tonight without having any pickoffs.
And Lopez out now for a couple of words with Glavine. Take a look at Justice in right. Joe playing rather deep for Vizquel here. Although we saw in that series in Cleveland, that ball he drove to the right field corner for a 3-base hit. Every once in a while, he can turn around on you, this time right-handed, to do it to the left field side. But Justice playing him rather deep in right with 2 outs here. And Lofton with great speed at second.
You know it's a tense spot when the cap comes off, the glasses come off for Bobby Cox. Lofton in scoring position. 2 down in the 6th. Scoreless game. And Vizquel hangs in. Glavine has fanned him both times tonight.
And you saw him try to take that ball to right field that time. Try to reach out and punch one to right. A great time. You're ahead in the count. You got a guy looking away like that, Joe, to bust him inside, breaking ball down low and in. So tough to check your swing.
He goes for third, and it's popped wide of first. McGriff is over. Lots of foul ground here, and he's got it. Lofton is certainly not bashful. Still no score.
Here comes one. Oh, an 87 Buick station wagon. Got it. 74 Volkswagen Beetle. A 285 horsepower V8 6-speed 1996 Chevy Camaro Z28. Yeah, but what color?
Have you had your break today? Yeah.
Now you can own Batman Forever on video.
Riddle me this, riddle me that.
Who will be the first to bring home the bat on October 31st? Own Batman Forever.
Arm yourself with a different kind of protection. The first odor-eliminating antiperspirant with baking soda. Arm & Hammer Deodorant Antiperspirant. None of these antiperspirants are like it. Only Arm & Hammer has a patented baking soda formula. The baking soda actually absorbs and then eliminates odor, instead of just covering it up. That's the difference. And it keeps you dry. So arm yourself with the only antiperspirant that eliminates odor with the power of baking soda. Arm & Hammer.
3 seconds left. Here's Van Exel. He got it! He got it! Smith with the catch. Oh, yeah! Do you believe what you just saw?
We've talked about how a base stealer can help a hitter sometimes. Well, in this case, I think he hurt his hitter. With 2 strikes, Lofton running, it seemed to distract Vizquel, and his reactions after all this happened, he was very upset, and he looked at Lofton, then he went over and talked to Thome. You do not want to take your hitter's concentration away from the pitcher with 2 strikes, and Vizquel was very upset with Lofton on that play.
Pull back out to work to Justice. And a strike called as we move to the bottom of the 6th. The Indians managed their first hit of the game in the top half off Glavine, a soft single into right center by Tony Pena. He has been masterful, though, speaking of Glavine.
This is the Tom Glavine that I expected to see in the second game of, the third game of the series. But this is the real Tom Glavine today.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta.
Bob, it's okay to talk the talk if you can walk the walk.
Strike one to Klesko.
Well, they thought they had Justice really set up.
They did. Set up in the right field seats.
Bounced over the mound. Baerga on the run gets Klesko. Prior to tonight, Justice had not had an extra base hit in the entire postseason. Tonight he's walked, doubled, and now homered.
Well, they threw him a breaking ball away. They tried to come inside with a fastball. They tried to come inside with a fastball, and Justice was ready for it. They thought they had him set up by going away with a breaking ball and then trying to come back inside.
Well, he turned on that ball so awfully quick. Prime time Justice? Or is it served?
Well, over in the other dugout, Mike Hargrove did a perfectly logical thing. He asked Poole to bunt. He couldn't do it. Two dangerous left-handed hitters to begin the inning, Justice and Klesko. Poole had struck McGriff out on 3 pitches to end the 5th. It all made sense, but Justice turned Hargrove's logic to lament. Thome back of third, across the diamond. Got him. Well, if this score holds up, and it's only 1-0, and it's only the 6th, but Glavine has been very, very sharp, maybe tomorrow's headlines will involve Dave Justice in a much different way. Belliard now. And this is where Bobby Cox is very happy that he didn't get jittery and bat for Belliard earlier. Now he has the lead in a close game, and he has his best available defensive shortstop still in there.
Well, no matter what has taken place thus far, and the Braves have the lead now, it's been a great ball game. It really has. I mean, Martinez and Glavine and Poole here, giving up the home run to Justice.
Martinez went 4 2/3, in trouble a bit, but didn't yield any runs. Thome can't get it. Belliard's aboard. If they want to be very nice to him, it's his first hit of the series. But they could give Thome an error.
That was a ball that Thome should have played easily. Never got the glove down. Here it is, easy bouncer hit by Belliard. That ball never came up on him, stayed down, and Thome didn't go down to get it. He never touches it, and I mean, they could call it a base hit by all rights. It should be an error, and it is. Should have been an easy play for Thome.
Glavine now. A strike to him. Justice has given him the lead in the bottom of the 6th. Justice with McGriff. Oh, 2. Belliard at first, and even if they get out of the inning with the score still 1-0, that error matters because you could have Glavine leading off in the 7th. Instead, you're going to have to face the true leadoff man, Grissom, even if they get Glavine here. Could make the 7th a much more difficult inning for Cleveland.
There are a lot of times in baseball when a guy will make an error and they get out of the inning and we will say an error didn't hurt. The error didn't hurt him. But it always hurts because you give the other team an extra out. And anytime you give the other team an extra out, it will catch up with you over the course of the entire ball game.
Tapper foul.
And even the 5 walks issued by Martinez, Joe, I mean, it changes the order down to the end of the game. Every time you walk somebody and nobody scores, everybody, it's a meaningless walk. Not so in a close game, as you said. Down to the end of the ball game, all the batting orders change.
Yes.
Two and two.
You know, looking at Glavine here against the left-hander, he hangs in there pretty good. I mean, he's up there taking his hacks. Curveball's not backing him away. I mean, he's had good swings.
Well, he hit .222 for the year and had a home run. And he runs the count out full. Ken Hill, the Indians' 4th starter, the right-hander, throwing again in their bullpen. Might come on if Poole loses Glavine. And he's going to make him work for it.
Well, now it's kind of like batting practice for Glavine. He's sitting up there looking fastball. I mean, if he throws you a breaking ball, forget about it. He's looking fastball, you're up there hacking.
Murray playing behind Belliard, who takes off, and Glavine lines one, and Vizquel makes a leaping catch of the soft line drive. Good at bat for Glavine, but he goes down. Leadoff homer by Justice. 1-0.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Byrne, and this week I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live with musical guest Alanis Morissette.
Hey, I loved you in Miller's Crossing, man.
No, you were great in MASH, man. Great. Just
Heading toward Vegas? Drop in at Prima Donna. It's the fun stop.
Prima Donna, Nevada.
Ride Desperado, the world's tallest, fastest roller coaster. First drop is 22 stories. It's a hard stop.
Scariest roller coaster ride I've ever been on.
I held on all the way through.
There's nothing like it. There isn't.
Ride the Desperado.
Prima Donna, Whiskey Pete's, Buffalo Bills, and Desperado. And now a new low $9.50 rate. Call 1-800-FUN-STOP. Call now.
Prima Donna, Nevada.
Oh, my favorite restaurant.
The Commuter Cafe.
Breakfast a la carte.
I wish I could have breakfast in bed every morning.
Yeah, on a yacht.
Deckside, off the Riviera.
And we're being served the fresh squeezed taste of Sunkist.
Relax. We mean the fresh squeezed taste of Sunkist Premium Orange Juice.
New Sunkist Premium Orange Juice. Superior fresh squeezed taste because it's from Sunkist. Also try pink grapefruit juice and lemonade.
Presenting the BMW 7 Series, a luxury car with the soul of a BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
During the week, National rents cars to companies all over America. But weekends business gets a little tame, so they send the cars here to graze. That's a bum steer. So National's got low weekend rates that'll make people want to hit the road. Now, every Thursday through Monday, National rates are so low, none of the cars will ever be sent out to pasture again.
Make your weekend a national holiday. Call your travel agent or 1-800-CAR-RENT.
Giddy up, doggy! Yes!
With each passing game of this postseason, Vizquel lets you know, as if you needed convincing, why he'll win easily his 3rd straight Gold Glove. Now watching the dugout, Justice is telling Klesko where the pitch was, and in truth it really wasn't that high.
No.
Did you see Klesko pucker his lips and shake his head?
Ooh, so he didn't throw that to me.
Yeah, ooh.
Like to see that myself. There's Justice in right field. New left fielder, Klesko, by the way, is out. And with the lead, as we move to the 7th, Devereaux comes in to play left field. Mike Devereaux, the surprise MVP of the League Championship Series against Cincinnati. Heart of the order in the top half of the 7th. Baerga, Bell, and Murray. Just a 1-0 lead, but another 1 on that line score. The 1 hit for the Indians through 6 makes it look big. 0-2. Broken bat, foul ball.
Well, he had thrown 2 fastballs away, 0-2. Now watch this. He comes inside, and he just shatters the bat of Carlos Baerga. That is what you call good pitching. Now he keeps Baerga from leaning back out over the plate, because there's nothing that a hitter hates more than to have his bat broken in his hand on the handle.
You see so many guys, Joe, now. I mean, most of the bats that players use today, very thin handles and very top heavy, big barrels and a very thin handle. I mean, anything that's not hit on the meat part of the bat pops easily.
And you can see that handle is very thin there. And they use thin handles because in their mind they can whip it through the hitting zone quicker.
One and 2. Glavine trying to win his 2nd game of this World Series. Put the final piece in place for the team of the 90s. Chipper Jones has it. 1 out in the 7th. This 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Gillette Sensor XL and the Gillette Series. Gillette, the best a man can get. Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines, and Chevrolet, the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. Bell has walked twice. Called strike 1.
Joe, this is where you're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty part of the game. You got a 1-0 lead, and you know, with fans and everybody else here is all uptight. The guys who are most relaxed are the guys on the field.
You're right.
That includes the players in the dugout. They're uptight too.
0-2 to Bell.
I know you've been there many times, and you want the ball hit to you. You want it in these situations. Albert Bell, after swinging and missing, down low and away, he chased one.
Strikeout number 8 for Glavine. Drop another one down.
He threw him 2 different changeups. The strike 2 was a changeup that sunk down and away, and this one just stays on the same plane. Look at that. It looks like a fastball. Nothing can happen with bad if you're Glavine on this pitch. Look at that pitch right off the plate outside, and it just stays on the same plane. Looks like a fastball. Bell has to hurry up to get to it.
Murray. Ball 1. 2 out, nobody on in the 7th.
get a shot of the home plate umpire, Joe Brinkman. Look how far he is behind Lopez. I mean, he's about 4 feet behind Lopez. I don't know why.
Well, especially since the ball should be called where it crosses the plate, not where it's caught.
This will be a good angle. Look how far back he is. Look how far back he is from the catcher.
3-0. Have you, as a former catcher, ever seen a plate ump work that far back?
I was going to say, Bob, for more often than not, that home plate umpire is working right over your left shoulder, depending on the hitter. Right-handed batter, left-handed batter, he's on one or your other shoulders. But this, I don't know why he's that far back. I really don't.
Got to be careful with this 3-0 pitch. And he walks it. Third walk. Yielded by Glavine, Bell twice, and now Murray.
Where he is, and we've been talking about his deliberate calls with the arm. I mean, where he's now sitting on Lopez or kneeling on Lopez, even his strike call, Lopez might have a tough time hearing it. Man, that's a long way. I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't know why.
I know I haven't.
Murray down at first was picked off in the first inning of Game 5 by Charlie O'Brien. The guy at the plate, Ramirez, was picked off in the 8th inning of Game 2 by tonight's catcher, Javi Lopez. Murray well aware of that. Very little chance it could happen again.
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind, at least, that he pitched around Eddie Murray there to get to Ramirez. But the problem is, when you start to walk and pitch around guys this late in the ball game, it means you're going to get Albert Bell one more at bat. Whereas if he would have retired everyone, Albert Bell would not have batted again in this ball game.
1-1 to Ramirez. He didn't like it.
Now Ramirez just asked Brinkman, or told Brinkman, that pitch was outside, and Joe shook his head no. Strike.
That, by the way, was Glavine's 100th pitch. 2 outs in the 7th. In the air to right center field. Grissom calls. Only 2 more turns at bat left for the Indians.
There's this college team I practice with to stay in shape. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Ryan Express. I'm out to prove they can't. Right there. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil.
For sore muscles, more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain reliever.
I love that sound.
Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Let me guess. One side of you craves easy chair comfort, while the other side itches for performance, right? Well, meet Buick Regal, with its famous 3800 V6 engine and Grand Touring suspension. Add to that an all-new interior with body-sensitive seats. And finally, there's a car for the two of you. Buick Regal.
Emma, seems like we've known each other forever.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks.
Will you marry me? 'Cause Emma, I love you, man.
Oh, Johnny, you're not getting my Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Johnny?
Make it a Bud Light.
Jane?
It's Joan.
Jane, Joan, whatever. I feel like I've known you forever.
Okay, David, get back to me. Right. And Peter, 2 words. In budget. Now look at MIS. Under budget, reduced staff.
But sir...
We all got to work smarter.
But, sir, it's not her. It's those new computers. They do everything for her.
I suppose they just installed themselves.
Practically, they tell her if there's a problem even before it happens. It's under budget.
Compact desktops and servers make the most of Windows 95, creating a system that can almost run itself.
Where does he get this stuff?
Well, actually, he's right.
Compact. Has it changed your life yet?
Sunday on the NFL on NBC, Mike Ditka tells of his endearing relationship with former quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Then Mike gives you the ultimate insight. Buddy Ryan, man or myth, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern.
You're not really going to do this.
You just watch Sunday.
Mike Ditka lets loose Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
If you're just tuning in, those numbers will tell you how effective Tom Glavine has been. 2 of the 3 walks were virtually intentional as he pitched around Albert Bell, and he was being careful on the 3rd one to Eddie Murray, too. But he has only the slimmest of margins to work with. A leadoff homer by David Justice, a no-doubter, as he took the lefty Jim Poole deep in the 6th, is the only run of this game. Ken Hill out of the bullpen.
This is a tough job for Ken Hill, to come in at this point of the ball game and know that you cannot afford to make any mistakes.
One and one to Grissom. He's 0 for 3. This might be his last chance to keep his postseason hitting streak alive. It stands at 13 now. Hill was the starter and loser against Steve Avery in Game 4 of this World Series, although he didn't pitch that badly.
No, he really didn't. He's a hard thrower, throws in the middle to high 90s.
Out of play.
Again, as Joe said, coming on here in the 7th inning, and I mean it's all on the line for the Indians tonight. I mean, it's a 1-game series for them. That's it.
And see, the point is you're already down 1-0. If you make any mistakes and they score only 1 run, this ball game's going to be pretty much over. So tough job.
In on his fist, hits softly into left for a hit. Which accomplishes 3 things. Most important, he's aboard with a potential insurance run in the 7th. Secondly, the postseason hitting streak is at 14. And thirdly, it's his 25th postseason hit, breaking the record he had shared with Marty Barrett of the 1986 Red Sox. They could be double switching here, with the pitcher's spot due 3rd. Ruben Amaro Jr. comes in. Ramirez, who made the last out in the top of the 7th, goes out. That's Alan Embry, a left-hander, coming out of the bullpen. So Hill got the pitch to exactly 1 batter. They want Lemke to bat right-handed rather than left. Same thing of Chipper Jones, and then McGriff and Justice, 2 lefties if the inning kept on going, following Lemke and Jones. We'll be right back.
They come from every part of America, training a lifetime for one chance at greatness. They're our best hopes and our closest thing to perfection. They're our Olympic athletes. And next summer, they're the home team. The Olympics, America's Games, on NBC.
NBC. Halloween Monday. A special night of brotherly love. Anything can happen.
What am I supposed to go as? The biggest tweet in Philadelphia?
You already got the costume. A night of mysterious mix-ups.
I got the wrong kid.
Mayhem and mischief.
Aren't you guys a little old to be trick-or-treating? I don't have any candy.
And on minor adjustments, the madness continues.
What happened to the carrot?
Rachel made me put this on to go with her costume.
Takes guts to wear that.
NBC Halloween Monday.
Another view from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. The 30th World Series Goodyear Blimps have helped to televise. The pilot, Dr. Jim Maloney. Glavine is working on a masterpiece for the Braves. This is the 4th pitcher now for Hargrove. Started with Martinez. Went to Poole and to Hill for a batter, and now to Embry.
Well, and the Braves with a base hit by Grissom. Now Embry on. But in going back to our little pregame meeting with Bobby Cox, Joe, and he said that every chance they get tonight, every chance they get, they're going to run, they're going to try and hit and run, they're going to try to put heat on the Indians all night long. And I mean, even if it means running up the score, if they get to that point, he says, we're going to run, we're going to try to do it all.
And that's one of the other reasons that he brings Embry in this situation, a left-handed pitcher, to force the Braves to bunt Marquise Grissom into scoring position rather than trying a hit and run or letting him steal. He's trying to make sure that he gets an out in this situation.
So on the double switch, Amaro, the new right fielder, will bat ninth and hit third in the eighth. And the pitcher spot becomes the number 6 slot in the order. Embry, who throws very hard. Lemke bunts it. Embry grabs it. Baerga covers. Successful sacrifice.
Good job there by Lemke. When you get to this stage of the ball game and you have to execute, the teams that execute best are the ones that end up winning the ball game. This is good execution here by Lemke. You want the runner, insurance runner in the scoring position. He does the job by getting him over there.
And they're going to walk Chipper Jones intentionally. What a sign of respect this is, and I don't care about lefty-lefty. The guy in the on-deck circle is one of the most feared late-inning big-game hitters in recent baseball history, and the rookie, Chipper Jones, is going to get a walk. Now, granted, it sets up the double play situation with one out. It sets up the lefty-lefty percentage, but it's still a sign of respect.
I think there's no doubt in my mind it's a real sign of respect because Chipper Jones has swung the bat well in this series and also in the divisional series and the LCS. So this is a sign of respect for Chipper Jones. It's not any disrespect for Freddie McGriff.
No, not at all. I mean, it's strategy-wise here. I mean, and even when you look at it from McGriff's point of view, it's a heck of a challenge.
Right.
It's a challenge now for him against the left-hander Embry to hang in there and try to rip one and get the Braves another one, or two maybe.
Hargrove had this whole sequence figured out with the double switch in case Grissom had reached against Hill, with the possibility of the intentional walk to Jones with the two lefties coming up if Lemke was successful sacrificing, which he was, bringing in Embry when he did.
But I tell you what, Bobby Cox is not upset with this situation either.
Embry to McGriff. In the air to left. Back goes Bell. Bell going away back, and Albert Bell makes the catch. The runners scamper back. Not a play you can always count on Albert Bell to make. But in the 6th game of the World Series, he did.
Well, he's been shaky from time to time, and we've seen it. Look at him here, racing back. He gets to the warning track, and a nice grab on a ball that was really hit by McGriff. That's a heck of a play by Albert Bell. It really is. He takes his rips for his fielding and throwing, and everybody talks about his hitting. That's a heck of a play right there. The heat on.
Justice has walked, doubled, and homered for the game's only run. Fastball, ball one.
Tell you what, Manny Ramirez in right field is creeping in very tight. I'm sorry.
Amaro.
I know. Yeah, let me.
There goes Grissom for third. Pena throws from his knees, and he steals it. Chipper Jones did not move up behind him. So it's runners at the corners with 2 out.
And that's not a bad play by Chipper just to stay there, because he also opens up the hole on the right side now for Justice, because Murray will hold him on. I didn't think this was a good play for Pena to try to throw from his knees when there was no chance to get Grissom.
Yeah, he saw him all the way, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking right down there.
Well, if it's actually then to the Braves' advantage for Murray to hold Jones, why doesn't Murray play behind him?
Well, I think he's getting ready to do that.
He's asking now to the Indian dugout.
That's what he's asking about. See, Eddie understands. That's what he just shook his hand and said, why am I going to hold him on? Yeah, he said, yeah, let me get behind him. You're exactly right, Bob. See, that was to the Braves' advantage if Murray holds him on because he gives Justice that hole on the right side. But now you see Murray, being the veteran that he is, he called in and asked, let me get behind him, and they said, okay. But what I wanted to make the point of is Amaro kept creeping in when Justice was hitting. I mean, he was playing very shallow.
This is a 2-0 pitch. It's 3-0, and on deck now is Devereaux, a right-handed batter who has replaced Klesko for defense in left, and now in the 6th spot in the order. If Justice walks to load the bases and Devereaux comes up, it's pretty certain Eric Plunk is coming out of the bullpen. He swings on the 3-0 and fouls it back. This is the MCI proof positive replay of the game, at least to this point. And we take care of the business, just like Justice took care of business off Jim Poole in the 6th. Jones bolts for second. Pena will not throw. He steals it standing up. But now it's not a steal because that was ball 4, which you can never be certain of. I don't mean to sound like we're making excuses, but with Joe Brinkman, the call is such a delayed call. Pena himself popped up, considering the throw. It's ball 4, so Jones simply moves up on the walk.
Now, you do it sometimes as a catcher, Bob, because you think in your own mind that it's a strike. And there are borderline pitches that umpires call strikes. Some they don't. You in your own mind think the pitch may be good, and you come out as if to make a throw just in case. In this case, it's ball 4.
It's not Hargrove to the mound. It's Mark Wiley, the pitching coach. And it looks like they're going to stick with Embry because if they bring Plunk in, then Devereaux will be pulled back, and their best pinch hitter, Dwight Smith, would come up. Smith is a good fastball hitter, and that's what Plunk would be bringing if he came into the game.
And the other point is Plunk has problems throwing strikes. So coming in with the bases loaded is not the ideal situation for him.
A strike to Devereaux. The last World Series Grand Slam was by an Atlanta Brave in their Game 5 win at Toronto in '92. Devereaux pops it up. Looks like they'll leave the bases loaded. Baerga squeezes it. Glavine still has but 1 run to work with. On to the 8th after this.
You've always made a great team. Together growing, dreaming, caring, and sharing the rewards along the way. Park Avenue. For the comfort, for the luxury, for the quality. Congratulations, you've earned it. Buick Park Avenue.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Let's face it, fire's the only way to cook a burger.
It's true.
Like you're stranded on a desert island. What do you want with you? A frying pan or a hibachi?
You gotta go hibachi.
It's no contest.
The great tasting flame broiled Whopper, just $2.99 with fries and a drink at Burger King.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane, Texaco Clean System 3, Power Plus, and Power Premium gasolines are formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving. For smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks. And you may feel like you've left your old car behind.
Oh, add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, Miami. They've lost 3 straight. Buffalo. Jim Kelly and company are atop the AFC East. Will Dan Marino return to save the day for the Dolphins, or can the Bills cement their grip on the division lead? Or regional action? It all starts Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on the NFL on NBC.
Don't miss it.
Glavine and company still have 6 very big outs to get. And because they have stranded 11 runners, they have only a 1-0 lead on the Justice home run. But if they should accomplish this, they would become the first franchise in baseball history to win world championships in 3 different cities, all the way back to 1914 for a world championship by the Boston Braves, in '57 the Milwaukee Braves, and perhaps in '95 the Atlanta Braves.
You know, you talked earlier, Bob, about the '57 and '58 Braves losing to the Yankees. New York coming from behind in '58. A lot of people thought they should have won 3 or 4 years down the road.
Thome on the first pitch here in the 8th sends a long drive into left center field, and Grissom runs it down on the warning track.
This is a big out for Glavine, simply because Thome could be the last power hitter that they'll have to face in this ball game. And he hits a fly ball in the left center field. He almost got it out of here. Grissom, of course, very good center fielder. He runs it down and makes the catch in left center field.
They need one more man to reach base in this inning or the next to give Albert Bell another crack at it. Pena has the only hit. Until that last shot off Thome's bat, the hardest hit ball against Glavine was probably his first hitter, Lofton, who sent Justice to the edge of the track in right center to lead off the game. Wohler's the closer. Bourbon, who was very effective his last stint out of the bullpen, the left-hander. Down and away, 2-0. For a strike, 2-1.
You know, you talked, Joe, about getting Bell up there, a guy who can hit with power. Definitely. Every once in a while, this guy, Tony Pena, is going to look for a pitch, something inside. If he gets something inside, he'll drive it.
Well, he hit 5 in the regular season, and then won Game 1 of the division series against his old Red Sox teammates with a surprise shot into the left center field seats on a 3-0 pitch at Jacobs Field. Nagy hoping they get to hand him the ball in Game 7 tomorrow night against Smoltz, if it goes that far. Two and two.
You know, you talk about Pena trying to juice one out of here. Then you got Glavine on the other side saying there's no way. Change of pace that time, out of way, and you see Pena with that big swing.
They've got the 9th K ready. But instead it's lifted into shallow right. Justice comes in near the line. 2 out in the 8th. Well, there's a Saturday Night Live alum. Great comic actor Bill Murray alongside Ted Turner in the Braves box. And tonight, at 11:30 Eastern, or a half hour after we leave the air, whichever the case may be, another edition of Saturday Night Live with host Gabriel Byrne. Ruben Amaro Jr., son of the former Phillies and Yankees shortstop, switch hitter, former Philly himself. Ball one.
See Lopez trying to coax that ball towards the outside corner. Boy, watching this guy catch an O'Brien, too. I mean, they set up so nice. Easy target. They never move once they put the target up, and especially with Glavine tonight.
McGriff. Glavine covers. A one-hitter through 8. An inning away from the end of a 5-year quest for the Atlanta Braves.
When was the last time you played in the rain? Let your hair go wild. Flexed your muscles to the world. Stayed up past your bedtime. When was the last time you really had fun in a car? Riviera by Buick. Go ahead. Express yourself.
Over the last 150 years, all kinds of companies that said they'd be there when you needed them didn't stand up to their promises. That's life. Our policy of thoughtful, prudent investing has kept us, well, a pillar of strength for the last 150 years. That's New York Life, the company you keep.
Critics are calling Powder different and compelling.
He took whatever's in the beer and he put it right into me.
What are you doing? Full of energy, soul, light, and humor. Like Starman and E.T.
What happened in that classroom is impossible.
Powder is unique and highly entertaining. Powder, rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you.
Based on the bestseller, Melrose Place's Daphne Zuniga, Jags, David James Elliott, NYPD Blues, Sharon Lawrence, and Sisters Patricia Callenber, Degree of Guilt, NBC Sunday.
Dateline Tuesday. Kristen was stalked, chased, and savagely beaten by an obsessed ex-boyfriend, and no one helped.
The system failed.
Why? Dateline NBC Tuesday.
The countdown has started at Fulton County Stadium, but they'll have to face the top of the order in the top of the ninth, and that means Lofton to start it. And if he gets on, they don't necessarily have to hit Glavine hard to tie this game.
And somewhere Yogi Berra is saying, it's never over till it's over.
Now, you know, we were talking earlier show about the guys who are not nervous in this game. I mean, here's Glavine. Looks like he's pretty well relaxed. 1-0 lead.
There are your two heroes right there if it ends this way. Justice and Glavine. The low-hit game of Glavine's career, by the way, is a 2-hitter. Tavares has come out of the bullpen. The rookie right-hander who has really been a workhorse for Mike Hargrove. The fifth pitcher he's used tonight in a 1-0 game. He won 10 out of the pen in the regular season, most relief victories in the majors. Lopez to face him in the bottom of the 8th.
You know, Bob, we've talked so much about Glavine tonight, what a great job he's done, and he really has done a great job. But I think you gotta give a lot of credit to this Indian staff too. I mean, they've given up the 1 run, and that was the home run by Justice. And take nothing away from this Indian club, fans. Everybody talks about their hitting. They've got an outstanding pitching staff too.
A ball and a strike. Martinez started, left in the 5th. Not the pitcher of record. Glavine is the 3rd hitter in this inning. He's thrown 109 pitches. Wohlers is warming up. Even with a 1-hitter. Do you say, well, Wohlers is the guy who's closed out our big victories? We'll go to him again?
Well, I think that's what Bobby Cox has done all year long, and I think that's the way Hargrove has worked with Jose Mesa. That's your guy. And, you know, it was maybe a 2-0, 3-0. That's a little different.
when you're Bobby Cox and you haven't won a world championship, you've lost in 7 games, you've lost before, you get in a situation where you can win, you want a fresh, hard throwing pitcher out there. He has the luxury of now that he's never had before, and that luxury is having someone like Wohlers in the bullpen. In the past, he has never been able to close out the 9th inning because he never had a closer. Now they have a closer. So I'm in his corner. I think you need to use him. That's what you got him for. That's what you have your closers for in this situation.
1-2 pitch. And he fouls it again.
Now, it's been such a great game, and I mean, you can't ask for any more out of Glavine than what he's given you here tonight. And as you said, Joe, he told us before the game, he said Wohlers is ready. When you asked him, is he tight, is he hurting, he said no, he's ready to pitch.
Right.
Lopez 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Pena for a look. Back in the seats.
It would be very easy to second-guess Bobby Cox if Wohlers comes in and does not hold it. But I know Bobby Cox feels like if he would have had a closer in his previous 2 world championships in the World Series, he may have won one of those 2. So he'd really feel badly if he did not use Wohlers in this situation.
Remember, he had to use Charlie Leibrandt, a starter in relief. Kirby Puckett homered off him in Game 6 in '91. Winfield doubled home the game winner here in '92 off Leibrandt. Alejandro Pena was good, but not quite great for him. He tried other guys. Now he has Wohlers. If this score holds up, it'll be 5 of 6 games in this World Series decided by a run. Another one in the seats as Lopez battles Taveras.
Now, with the exception, as you said, Bob, of Game 4, the Braves won by a score of 5-2. I mean, this has been a great World Series. It really has. I've enjoyed every game and the excitement and everything that goes with it.
Still not much, if anything, wrong with the game.
Nope.
Business of baseball, the business of baseball, that's a different thing.
You're right.
Terrific at-bat for Lopez.
Well, I like this kid. You know, the more you see him and watch him swing, Joe, and the way he stands in there, and the way he's receiving the ball, and in talking with the coaching staff about him, they say this kid's going to be a good one. He is now, getting better.
It runs out full. Tough pitch coming for Taveras. He doesn't want to walk him because then you let Belliard sacrifice and you make it more meaningful should they bat for Glavine. On the other hand, you make it too fat, and Lopez has already shown what he can do in this World Series.
Well, you got to take that chance. You got to come right after him.
In the air to left. Bell goes back. Bell to the track. Almost at the fence to squeeze it.
Well, he didn't challenge him. He threw him a breaking ball, and Lopez almost got it out of here. Let's take a look at this pitch. This is a breaking ball. You see it break right there. He went down and got it. He thought he got it. He throws his hands up like, I've got it. I got another one right there.
Whoa. Hold it, Javi. Wait a minute, baby.
Caramba.
Arriba. No ribby.
Belliard.
I'll tell you what, he had a heck of a cut at a 3-2 breaking ball.
Yes,
I'll tell you that. He almost looked like he was looking breaking ball. He had a heck of a cut. Heavy air, he just said.
The 0-1 to Raffy. Even though Blauser had an off year, he presents something of a threat at the plate. So they lost a lot of offense at shortstop when he went down, but certainly no defense.
No, they gained a little bit defensively because Blauser was hurting. He had the bad knee earlier. And so they've really gained something. And anytime you replace your shortstop, you want to replace it with a defensive replacement, because that's the job of a shortstop, is to play defense. And there you see Blauser in the dugout.
Luis Polonia has come out of that dugout. He's in the on-deck circle, so they will pull Glavine after 8. He gave only one hit to the Indians, a very soft single into right center by Tony Pena. Belliard hits this one right on the nose, and Bell comes in to backhand it just above his shoe tops. Albert Bell with a good night in left field.
Well, Belliard finally hits one hard. Actually, he's hit 2 balls hard tonight, and Bell comes in and makes a fine backhanded catch. He hit a ground ball up the middle sharply that became a double play. Now he hits this one hard, and he just says, I just can't buy a hit in this World Series. Nice play there by Bell.
Well, now Assenmacher is going to come in with Polonia being sent up as the pinch hitter.
And I think Hargrove has Cox exactly where he wants him. I don't think Cox wants to pinch hit here and use up another player, because it's still only a 1-0 ball game.
Hargrove will use a half-dozen pitchers in a 1-0 game. And why not? It's Game 6 of the World Series. We'll be right back.
They come from every part of America, training a lifetime for one chance at greatness. They're our best hopes and our closest thing to perfection. They're our Olympic athletes. And next summer, they're the home team. The Olympics, America's Games, on NBC.
Sunday on the NFL on NBC, Mike Ditka tells of his endearing relationship with former quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Then Mike gives you the ultimate insight. Buddy Ryan, man or myth, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern.
You're not really going to do this. You just watch Sunday.
Mike Ditka lets loose Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
Paul Assenmacher, former Atlanta Brave. He's been with a number of clubs. The Indian left-hander, their 6th pitcher. He's come on now. And he'll face Polonia, who will bat for Glavine. Trying to keep it a tidy 1-0 ball game. And then, in the top of the 9th, it'll be Wohlers out of the bullpen, facing Kenny Lofton, Omar Vizquel, Carlos Baerga, and if anybody gets on, Albert Bell.
Yeah, this is not over by any means. Tom Glavine, a beautiful effort tonight. See Wohlers next. The Indians have their shot yet in the 9th. And Polonia's stepping in now.
And the reason I said he didn't want to use another player is in case the Indians tie this and you go into extra innings, you cannot use up all your players early in the ballgame. That's why Bobby Cox is leaving Polonia in to hit.
Thinking about a drag bunt, taking strike 1. Polonia with a surprise home run off Hershiser in Game 5 at Cleveland. Only his 4th homer in the last 4 seasons. His 1st as a Brave. Oh, 0-2. Check swing foul.
You know, I don't think anybody in this ballpark cares about another run here in this inning. They want the 9th. They want the 9th.
Well, that guy cares about another one. He'd like to see him get one more. He'd feel a little safer.
How important was it for Tomey to give them a 3-run edge, speaking of Cleveland, in the 8th in Game 5? Mesa yielded the 2-run homer to Klesko. Sit down, Luis.
Normally you don't get something like that after a check swing on a curveball. I think this is a fastball just got away from Assenmacher. I really don't believe he's trying to move this guy back. The previous pitch was a check swing on a curveball.
It's one of those times where Louis glad he's only about 5'9". Stands 6'2", and he gets bonked on the dome.
Well, if he throws him a breaking ball now, we know that's what he meant to do.
He makes quick work of Luis Polonia. And the stage is set for the ninth.
The sophisticated material that's used to make the cockpit canopy of the F-16 fighter shatter-resistant is the same material we use to make the headlamp covers on the Aurora. So you can imagine how advanced the rest of the car is. Aurora by Oldsmobile. It's your money.
In this day and age, the old camcorder with its tunnel vision is, shall we say, history? Now look at the world with a sharp view cam. The big bright color view screen frees you to see all the action, and the pivoting lens gets shots the old camcorders can't. There's even instant replay with color and sound. So it's out with the old cam, in with Sharp View Cam. Now get up to a $200 rebate when you buy a Sharp View Cam.
Major League Baseball Home Video presents the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1995 World Series video. All the drama of the 1995 World Series, plus exclusive interviews are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the 95 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227.
Next Saturday at 1:30 Eastern, all hands on deck as the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame play their home finale against the Midshipmen of Navy. Next Saturday on NBC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rick Chambers in the Channel 4 newsroom. Coming up on the news after the game, bullets shatter the festivities at a Halloween party. And when the smoke clears, a young girl is dead. Tonight, the search is on for the suspects. Plus, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. As their families push forward in a civil suit against O.J. Simpson, the victims themselves may be put on trial. And a treat this Halloween for a man who almost lost his paycheck. A good Samaritan does the right thing. We'll have those stories and much more coming on after the game. We'll see you then.
If, underline if, the Braves win it here, it'll be especially sweet for people like Tom Glavine, David Justice, Mark Lemke, Steve Avery, Kent Merker, John Smoltz, Rafael Belliard, Jeff Blauser, Wohlers, the man on the mound now, Bobby Cox, the pitching coach Leo Mazzoni, because they were all here for the near misses in 91 and in 92, and in the LCS against the Phillies in 93. Three outs away from the one thing they haven't achieved in half a decade, and a strike to Kenny Lofton.
This is the key hitter of the inning because he cannot stop Lofton from stealing a base if he happens to get on. So he needs to get Lofton out.
One and one. That's not just because of Lofton's speed, but because Wohler's motion makes him easy to run on, even for a lesser base stealer than Lofton.
Yeah, he's almost the same as he is out of the windup, Joe. He's got that slow leg kick and delivery from the stretch.
The 1-1. Down and in. Thousands of people here trying to record almost any moment in this ninth inning for posterity. We see the flashbulbs popping all around the park as each pitch is delivered from Wohlers to Lofton. Just a few now, but as the pitch comes, there will be more. Blooper and foul ground. Belliard racing over. Backhanded grab. That's why the batting average doesn't matter so much. That's why Cox wants him in the ninth. This, folks, does not presume that it ends here, but it's business that must be taken care of. This 1995 World Series game brought to you by the makers of Advil, Buick, and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. And Network MCI, how to get modern communications technology working for your business.
Well, again, for all of those who wondered why he didn't pitch hit with him for him early in the ballgame, this is why. He is their defensive specialist. He's the guy that he knows can make the plays under pressure. And that's why Bobby Cox said, I always hate to take Rafael Belliard out of the ballgame for a pinch hitter. And look at those numbers. 1 error in each of the last 3 seasons. That tells you how good he is defensively.
He booted his first chance in this series. Kenny Lofton leading off game 1 against Greg Maddux, but since then he's sparkled. Mike Hargrove can't afford to leave his shortstop in. He'll send up Sorrento, a 25 home run man, hopeful that Wohlers makes a mistake and Sorrento can tie it. Sorrento had a pinch hit double off Wohlers in game 4. Baerga next. High.
You know, in watching Wohlers here, Joe, to the last couple of hitters, he did it on Lofton. Yes. And he starts Sorrento off with a breaking ball. I know this guy's got power, and he can probably hit you deep the other way, too, talking about to left. But I mean, with a guy like Wohlers, who we've said throws in that triple-digit area, I mean, to start a guy out bang-bang with a strike instead of the breaking ball, I'm a little surprised.
Well, remember, in this situation, you should always go with your best pitch.
And his best pitch is not a fastball.
Somebody's got to reach for Bell to have one more at-bat at least in this season. 1 out, nobody on, and the 1-0 pitch.
I mean, he's got a great splitter, too. Fastball, curve, and a splitter, or slider and a splitter. But to establish yourself or get ahead on that guy is so awfully important. It's only a 1-0 game.
The 1-1. Threw him the splitter and gets ahead 1-2.
That was it. And a good one it was. Bottom fell out of that baby. Here it is one more time. You can see it. Splitter down. Sorrento chases.
Center field. Grissom. Lots of room. 1 out away. The most feared offense in baseball all year long. Held to 1 hit through 8 2/3 by Glavine and Wohlers. Held to a team batting average under 200 now in this World Series. Maybe. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. Look at Nagy, still filling out the pitching chart. But now there is no tomorrow. Over the full season, there's little doubt the Cleveland Indians were the best team in baseball in 1995. But for a week in October, the edge belonged to the Atlanta Braves. They have been baseball's best team over the last 5 years. And finally, the one missing piece is in place. What a golden season it was for the people in that dugout and in the visiting clubhouse tonight in Atlanta. But all the joy for now is on the home side. Still, there's no overlooking what the Cleveland Indians did, not just in terms of performance, but in the spirit of that whole city. They're part of the renaissance of the city of Cleveland. With their new ballpark, with their contending team, with the way that town feels about them, and with the pieces in place, every reason to expect they've got a good chance to be back. But tonight belongs to the Atlanta Braves.
Now, it's sad when you look at players on a losing club, it always boils down to one game. I mean, the final game. And on the loser's side, as you look at Tavares, who did such a great job for the Indians this year, it's down to this game. Sitting alongside Carlos Baerga, but as Joe well knows, and fans, you can take into consideration what they've done here tonight and how they've responded. This win belongs to the players for the immediate moment, Joe, in the clubhouse.
That's exactly right. I think that says it all right there, finally.
Finally.
And I think that's what the Cleveland Indians, the way they have to look at this. Very rarely does a team go out and win in their first attempt in the World Series. Let's face it, the Braves, this is their third time in before they've been able to win. And I think the Cleveland Indians, it may take them another time at least before they feel the joy of victory in the World Series.
And David Justice, who earlier had chided the fans here for not being enthusiastic and passionate enough, how ironic that he would deliver the home run in the 6th inning, the only run of the game, and now he and his teammates are awash in this celebration, which sounds pretty loud to me. They were ready tonight. 52,000 plus in Atlanta, and millions more all around the Southeast, and in fact, all around the country, because the Braves have many fans in far-flung places because they're on a superstation. They, like the Cubs, have a national following. Well, here's the story. We have plenty of time to visit both locker rooms, and we'll do that as we return to the 1995 World Series after this from your local stations.
NBC Tuesday on Wings. Lowell is back one last time, and he's changed.
Come here, dumplings.
Then News Radio's Office Romance exposed.
This is delicious.
And Frasier battles Bulldog in the war of practical jokes. And The Pursuit of Happiness has Wings Steven Weber.
NBC Tuesday.
Monday starting at 4 on the Channel 4 News. Meet one of the top salespersons in the country. She's the queen of Tupperware. What's the secret to her success? At 5, they descend like locusts, but they're much more dangerous. They're mob robberies, and the technique is called swarming. We'll tell you how cops are coping with this latest crime spree. At 6, it's the African-American life. Ebony celebrates 50 years. We'll look at the magazine's history-making coverage from Washington to Hollywood and tell you where they're headed. Monday starting at 4.
And save. Print.
If your printer isn't living up to your ideas, maybe you should get an Epson. For as little as $3.49, it's photo quality color that can make you and your ideas look really good. You've got to see it in Epson color.
Monday on Today in L.A.
Want to get in some early Christmas shopping? We may have the ideal place.
And Uncle Sam gets the cash.
From clothing to Corvettes, electronics to the very unusual, these locations have it all.
Where to go to get great buys from the government. Monday on Today in L.A.
Monday morning rush hour, I'll make your drive easier with traffic reports on Today in L.A.
Another week of comfortable temperatures, I'll tell you on Today in L.A.
Monday morning at 5:30, 6 and 6:30.
Hannah Storm is in the Atlanta Braves clubhouse. Let's head down there. Hannah?
Bob, it is a celebration befitting a team that has waited 30 years in this city and the last 5 years, perhaps the longest. Team owner Ted Turner here. Ted, you owned this team when it was one of the worst in baseball.
That's right.
And you know, perhaps more than many others, just how tough it is to get this World Series win.
Yeah,
how gratifying is this?
Very difficult.
How gratifying is this experience?
Very much so.
Ted, a man of few words, and since he's so direct, we're going to get right to the point. We have Acting Commissioner Bud Selig here, National League President Leonard Coleman to present the World Series trophy.
Ted, on behalf of all the Major League clubs, I want to present to you the Commissioner's Trophy. You guys have built a great organization. On behalf of everybody, to you and to Bill Bartholomew, Stan Kasten, Bobby Cox, John Churros, everybody, congratulations, guys. You have a magnificent season, and you deserve it.
Okay, thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, Mr. Commissioner. How about it? I just want to say we love baseball a lot, and we worked hard, and we deserve it. And we're going to enjoy it.
As well you should. Bobby Cox, why don't you come over here? Bobby.
Somebody grab the trolley.
Bobby, another easy win for you, pal.
No, never easy, but this is really for Ted and the fans. It's, you know, they stuck by this organization, this franchise a long time, and we've been close before, but we finally got it. And it's tribute to ownership, really.
Bobby, what was the difference this time? You came so close before, and all of the teams that you had very talented.
We could have won them all. We could have lost tonight. Sometimes it's just a flip of the coin. We could have scored 4 or 5 runs tonight more, and we didn't. You know, we didn't have much luck, but Dave Justice got the big hit. Tommy, you know, was just outstanding.
Okay, we'll hear more from Tom Glavine in a moment, but Bobby, we got a phone call for you. The nation's most famous sports fan, perhaps, I believe we have on the line. Mr. President?
Mr. President.
One moment, sir.
Hello?
Yes, is this Mr. Turner?
This is Bobby Cox.
One moment, Mr. Turner.
Can't hear very well.
We're having a little bit of trouble with our connection, and we will get back to the president. Okay, Bobby?
He's saying 1 moment.
Okay, he's saying 1 moment, so we'll wait on that. But we have a lot of other business to take care of. You mentioned the game that Tom Glavine pitched, and with you stranding all the base runners, he was forced to pitch an almost perfect game.
Well, he did pitch a perfect game. The only hit they got was a blooper by Pena in right center. And Tommy was completely exhausted after 8 innings. He couldn't go another hitter or another pitch. And, you know, a guy throwing that great, you want him to go back out there, but he just couldn't. It's been a long year, and appropriately so, Mark Wohlers closed it. Started and did it.
Can you describe your emotions after the losses, the near misses of the last few years?
Well, it's something you can't get back. You really want to win bad, and our players from the day one of spring training wanted to win this thing. That was their goal, and they finally achieved it.
What did the series come down to in the end? Was it the best pitching staff in baseball against the best hitters?
Definitely pitching. Tommy Glavine and Maddox, Avery, Smoltzy had a little bit of a rough game, but they all proved that. We shut down a great hitting team. We shut down Cincinnati. Just as good as hitting team as this, could outrun them.
How much pressure was this on their team? Everyone expected you to be here, and sometimes that's the tougher position to be in.
That's okay. You know, if they keep expecting us to be here, that means we're pretty darn good. So we'll take that.
Bobby Cox, congratulations.
Thanks so much. It's great. Thank you.
Okay, and at this point, we will come over here and speak with Dave Justice, the lone man, to get a run in this game. And Dave, what an incredible day for you as you wake up, see the headlines in the paper that Justice rips the Atlanta fans, and then you lead this team to its first ever World Series victory.
Yeah, but first thing I want to say is I really appreciate how our fans really showed our team a lot of support tonight. It was something we really needed, and they were the biggest factor tonight. They were the ones that kept us going, and I just want to thank them all for all the support tonight.
Tell us about the home run. We saw you talking to Ryan Klesko in the dugout, and you said, hey, it was this high. Pitch wasn't quite that high, but tell us about it.
Well, it was a situation where I wasn't going to swing at any curveballs because I saw he hadn't thrown really Freddie any curveballs that would have been called strikes. So I was looking for a fastball into 2 strikes, and he got one inside, and I just stayed on it nicely, and when I hit it, I knew I got it.
Dave, you have been through the 2 World Series losses with this team. Can you put into context what you and the others who have been here for the last few years, what this must mean to you?
Yes, I can. This is a dream come true. We've worked so hard since 1991 to get to this point. We came up short twice, and it is such a great feeling. I mean, it's everything that we dreamed of. It's everything that we worked so hard for, and I just feel so good for our team, our organization, and it's just a wonderful feeling.
This team knew that a 3-2 lead was no sure thing after playing the Twins in '91 when you went to the Metrodome and lost the last 2 games of the series. Was there, because of that experience, an extra sense of urgency tonight not to take this to a 7th game?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was really nervous coming into today simply because I've been in this situation before where we were up 3-2 and only to lose. So it was a really nerve-wracking day for me. I'm telling you, I don't know how I made it through today. I'm serious. I've never felt so much pressure in my life as I felt today, but it all turned out great.
I know that you're a believer in fate. Right. This team is talented, as were the 2 teams that lost the World Series. Is fate the only difference? Was it your time to win, or were the teams different?
You know, I really think it was our time to win. Too many things happened in our favor this year that I really had a good feeling that this is our time. I didn't know if it was going to be tonight or tomorrow night, but I really felt like it was our time. We had put in enough work, we had suffered enough, and it was time for our city and for our ball club and for this organization to get one.
Okay, congratulations, David Justice. And now for a word from the Cleveland locker room, we go to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you, Hannah. Mike Hargrove joins us. Mike, what can you say about Tom Glavine?
Well, I don't, what can you say about their whole pitching staff? They have very good pitching as they exhibited in this series, and when you pitch like that, you should win.
What did you tell your team? You met for about 10 minutes here behind closed doors.
Just told them that they played well and that they're champions. Maybe not the champions of what we want it to be, but they're American League champions. I think that we represented our peers in the American League with a lot of dignity, and we played hard. And that they should feel good about that, and that it starts again in about 3.5 months.
Is there anything that you would do differently over the course of these games? You finished with 5 one-run games. You can't get much closer, but is there anything you'd like to have over and do differently?
Maybe the only thing that I would do differently is pitch out first pitch to Belliard. All my instincts said to pitch out, and I talked myself out of it. But that didn't get us beat. They pitched well, and they got the hits when they needed them, and we didn't. I mean, pure and simple, we pitched well enough to win. I thought that our guys pitched very well tonight, and really throughout this series, it just didn't work for us. And those things happen in this game. That's why it's a contest.
And how would you describe the group inside? Is this being taken as a tough loss or a learning experience, a little bit of both?
Yeah, I think any time that you get into this situation, that if you've got anything inside you at all, it's a tough loss. But they also feel good about who they are and what they've done this year, and the prospects of maybe getting back here sometime. Nobody ever guarantees that. We've got to go out and dedicate ourselves, to use all the cliches, and get ready to do it again. And at least we'll have a say in that. We've got the talent to do it again. Hopefully we can, but we'll find that out later.
Finally, Mike, to the fans back home. They waited a long time for a World Series. You come up short, but you have something to say to them.
Well, the fans are what makes this whole thing special. The fans here in Atlanta were fired up tonight. It was good to see that. It really was, because it was a little subdued, I thought, the first 2 games in here, and I was very surprised at that being that the way it was. But our fans in Cleveland are tremendous fans. They can hoot with the best of them. They're good people. They get excited, and they really helped this ball club do what it did.
Mike, you're a class act. You've had a great year. We appreciate you coming out.
Well, it's been fun. We'll do it again, hopefully.
All right. We look forward to it. Let's go back across the way to Hannah Storm.
Jim, Mike Hargrove had the best hitting team in baseball, but they were no match for the Atlanta Braves pitching staff. And fittingly, the man who won Game 2 and Game 6 will be presented the MVP trophy by Jeff Hurlburt of Chevrolet. Jeff?
Tom, on behalf of Chevrolet and Chevrolet dealers across the country, we're very proud to present you the Chevrolet World Series Most Valuable Player Trophy. And in addition, we're pleased to donate to the Special Olympics in your name a 1996 Astrovan. Congratulations on a fantastic series.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Tommy, we were just standing here while Jim was talking to Mike Hargrove. You had a little bit of tear in your eye, and you said you can hardly believe this has happened.
Well, I can. I mean, this has been a long time coming. You know, this organization and these group of guys have worked so hard to get here, and we've come up short. And that bitterness of losing these World Series games is real fresh in everybody's mouth. And this was a battle. This was no easy thing. The Indians played great, and we knew coming in here it was going to be a tough series. But everybody in here did what we needed them to do, and if I could cut this thing up into 25 pieces, everybody in here deserves it because it took a total team effort for us to win this thing.
The Braves had some clutch hitting in this series, but not tonight. They stranded a lot of base runners, and you had to pitch almost a perfect game.
Well, it's frustrating, I guess, as a pitcher because when you see opportunities go by, you kind of wonder if you can keep doing what you're doing, number one, and if that's going to be the difference in the game. But, you know, I just tried to go out there and go as long as I could, and, you know, it's funny because I told somebody yesterday a perfect scenario would be for me to get the win, David to get a big hit, and Wohlers to get the save, and it couldn't have worked out any better.
Happy ending for you, Tom Glavine. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's send it back up to Bob Costas now.
And a great sense of closure for the Atlanta Braves, not just winning it, but the way they won it with Glavine on the mound. He struck out 8 tonight. He's been with them through all the near misses. In fact, with them longer continuously than any member of their present roster. And he's the MVP and the winning pitcher of Game 6. We told you there were 8. Count them. That was the last one from Albert Bell. And all the offense, it turned out, that Glavine and Wohlers, who worked the ninth, needed this home run by David Justice. It turns out, from the perspective of Brave fans, justice prevails, literally and figuratively. They had several cracks at it. Finally, they've won it all. Back for more in a minute.
From the first steps away from a mother's arms to 1,000 struggles through the years, one defining moment begins with a lifetime of dedication. The Olympics, America's Games on NBC.
Must-see TV becomes NBC Star-Crossed Thursday. First on Friends, Caroline shows up to meet Ross's son.
Where's your baby?
Then Ross is on the single guide, and they each think the other one's well, hey. And it's a silly Willy Widow Seinfeld.
You're schmoopy. You're schmoopy.
Then Chandler turns up on Caroline. Can he win Annie's heart?
Be yourself.
NBC Star-Crossed Thursday this week.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
After the kind of day you put in, all you want to do is fall into a nice, comfortable easy chair in a quiet place.
Like a rock.
Of course, sooner or later, you'll have to go home.
Like a
We're back in the Braves clubhouse, and I'm happy to say we have reestablished communication with the president of the. Happy to say that we have reestablished communication with the president of the United States, even though I'm having trouble communicating on my mic. So
what do we do?
So
Mr. President, I'm on the phone. You there? Well, thanks a lot. I'm sorry they made you hold so long, but that wasn't me. I wouldn't have had the commercial break then. Did you watch the game?
Oh, I sure did. I watched it all.
Well, that's great. We wish you were here.
Wonderful game.
Well, thank you, sir.
Wonderful World Series.
Well, thanks a lot. It was, you know, the boys did real great. Well, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Ted. Good luck.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks for calling, Mr. President, and we will talk to you at the Super Bowl. Goodbye.
And meanwhile, we are going to send it over to Jim Gray.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm with Kenny Lofton. It's a distraught, as you can expect, Cleveland locker room. Kenny, the pitching for the Atlanta Braves was just sensational. What about Tom Glavine tonight? Was he the entire difference?
Yeah, he was. He pitched a good game, and we just didn't go out there and do our jobs, and they won the game.
Seems as though you had better success in the second game against Tom Glavine, Game 2. This, the second time, didn't seem as though you guys were able to get on track like you were with Maddox.
It's just one of those things that happen. You just can't get on track with a certain guy, and it just didn't work out.
You guys had an awfully terrific season. You won 100 games, and you expected to win this thing, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We had the attitude to go out there and win it, and we just, at first, we had a couple bumpy roads, and, they had the home field advantage, and the first 2 games were very important, and they had the home field advantage, and they took advantage of it.
Can you begin to describe the disappointment? You ever felt anything like this before?
No, I haven't. It hasn't really sunk in yet, but it's going to sink in pretty soon.
Kenny, it's awful good of you to come out. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, man.
Let's go back across the way to the Braves locker room and Hannah Storm.
Jim, the best hitting team in baseball, the Cleveland Indians, hit a paltry 179 against the Braves pitching staff in this series, and here are 2 of the reasons. Greg Maddux and closer Mark Wohlers, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Greg, you managed to completely shut down an incredible hitting team.
Well, we had great scouting reports. Our coaches really took care of us this year. They gave us some great advice, and when you do that and make your pitches, sometimes it looks a little bit easier than it is.
You were not here for 2 of the World Series losses, and yet you were such an integral part of allowing this team to get back to the World Series.
Well, I'm just glad to be a part of it. We got a lot of great players on this team, and it was a total team effort. Everybody clutched up. I mean, there's not one guy I can think about that didn't help us get here, and it's just a great team effort.
Can you comment on Tom Glavine's performance tonight?
He was outstanding. Best game ever, best game I ever seen him pitch, and probably the great timing. I tell you what, I'm glad he's my teammate. I really am.
Is there a sense that you wish that you could have done it on Thursday night? There has to be.
Well, I think you always want to win, the first chance you get, but I think it's great for Tom. I think he really went through a lot. Especially early in the season, and he came up through the organization. I think it's great that he did what he did for this city.
And I know what you're referring to is the fact that he was the Braves player representative. He took a lot of heat during the strike negotiations. He was booed here early on. You're one of his best friends. How did that affect him, and how gratifying do you think this win is for him now?
Well, one thing about Glav is he's got a big heart. He really does. He here you go, Squiggy.
Okay, guys.
He's got a huge heart.
Right.
And he showed it tonight. I'm real happy for him. I really am.
Okay, thanks. Let's get Mark Wohlers in here, because, Mark, a big difference between the 2 teams who lost in the World Series and now is that they do have a dominant closer in you. How special is it for you to know what a huge role you played in this team's World Series success?
It's just not myself. We've had 5 guys pitching in front of me all year that have given me the opportunity to do what I do. And, if you're pitching out of the bullpen, unless you have an S by your name, you really don't get the recognition. But, this bullpen came up big for the whole series. With the Atlanta Braves can win a world championship with our current bullpen.
And how difficult was it for you at the end of the game tonight, knowing what was at stake? How did you put that out of your mind?
Well, you just try to concentrate. Maddox gave me advice early in the year how to, just concentrate on each pitch and worry about each pitch, and that's the only thing you really can worry about. So I just try to focus on each pitch and really not worry about the result. After the ball leaves my hand, I really have no control.
All right, congratulations, Mark. Let's get to the champagne dumpers over there. Well, at least a couple of these guys were there back in '91, Mark Lemke and Steve Avery. Can you describe what this means to the franchise, what your emotions are at this point?
Right now, this is the most incredible thing I've ever felt in my life. All us guys, we came a long way together. We've been through some tough times in this organization, but we pulled together, and we finally accomplished a dream and a goal of ours that we set a long time ago.
And Steve Avery, you struggled this season, but you got a chance to pitch, and you pitched so well in the World Series. How gratifying was that?
Oh, I mean, it's great. I mean, this is the time of year that everyone wants to go out and do well for not only themselves but their teammates. And I'm just so happy for Tommy and the way he pitched tonight. For all these guys standing up here, I almost kissed Lemke. I was so happy, and then someone sprayed me with champagne and woke me up.
Is that the lipstick on your neck of Mark Lemke? Okay, well, we won't we won't give that away. And finally, Fred, you've been such a huge part of this team and a huge element in the World Series, a huge element in the playoffs, getting them to the World Series.
Oh, yes, it's great to see these guys. I mean, they've been taking a lot of heat for the Buffalo Bills and little stuff like that, and see them all get us over the hump, no greater feeling.
How do you think the team will remember this, history will remember this team, which accomplished so much in the 90s and yet could not win it all? Will they be remembered differently now that they have?
Oh, yes. Now that it won a World Series and so forth, they'll be considered one of the great teams. You got to win that World Series to get over the hump.
Was there a sense among the players that you had to have this victory to validate your success in the 90s?
Not really. I mean, nobody gives the Blue Jays and the Twins credit for beating the Braves in 91, 92. You got to give them some credit. This is a great ball club. I mean, they came a little short in the past, but now, forget it.
How difficult was it for you guys playing this season, and then as the playoffs began to advance further into the playoffs, as you get closer and closer to that elusive World Series, knowing that people expected you to win, was there pressure?
Oh, every night when we go out and play, the pressure's there. Every year they're picking the Braves to win it all, and so every night you're going out there knowing that you got to do it, and they got an extra round of playoffs this year. We got to open up in Colorado. It was tough, and then we're playing the Reds. The Reds did everything they could to try to knock us out. And then we got to play the Indians, who won 100 games this year.
What was the difference in the series finally?
Mark Wohlers was the whole difference in the year. The first part of the year, we didn't really have a closer. We're struggling playing under 500 ball. Wohlers steps in as a closer, and ever since then, we've been on a roll.
Okay, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
It'll be a nice fall for the Atlanta Braves. Let's send it back up now to Bob Costas.
Hannah, thanks a lot. Nice duty under duress in the locker room. Tom Glavine, one of the heroes tonight. The executive producer of NBC Sports is Tom Roy. The coordinating producer of the Baseball Network, John J. Filippelli. Coordinating producer and producer of the World Series for NBC Sports, John Gonzalez. The World Series was directed by Andy Rosenberg. Vice President of Operations for the Baseball Network, Ed Delaney. Producer for the Baseball Network, Lance Garrett. Pre-game producer, Sam Flood. Replay producers, Steve Lawrence. Associate producers, Woody Fryman and Jeff Kibler. Editorial consultant, Peter Pasquarelli. Director of Information, Steve Hurt. Production associates, Carlos De Molina and Chris Pfeiffer. Technical director, Phil Doucette. Coordinating production manager, Russ Gabay. Production managers, Bill Cantor, Steve Hearns, Bill Melanson, and Suzanne Turner. And a mention of our audio man, Mario Sperandio. He and his wife Linda found out today they're expecting their first child. Well, 5 of the 6 games in this World Series decided by a single run. And I think something should be said, Uke, about Mike Hargrove and the Cleveland Indians. Hargrove, in talking with Jim Gray, showed again his personal class.
Well, he really did, and along with Kenny Lofton, who came out and talked with Jim, it's no place to be. I mean, for those of us who have been fortunate enough, Bob, to be on a World's Champion, nobody will ever know the thrill until you've been there. And I don't even think these players are going to realize what's happened maybe until tomorrow. And over the winter, when you think back about the World Series and what great games these were. But you know, the greatest part of this whole thing is going to come next year, right here in Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium, when the championship rings are awarded. When each one of these guys on this ball club grabs himself a ring that says World's Champions with your name, your number, and whatever else is on there, that's the greatest feeling in the world. I know he's been there too.
You know, Joe, the Atlanta Braves can be the first to tell the Cleveland Indians that sometimes you've got to go to the brink and fall just short before you get there. Trite as it may sound, nothing to be ashamed of. Disappointed now, hurt now, yes. But what a glorious season for the Indians.
Well, I think the Cleveland Indians really showed me something, and that is that they almost matched the Atlanta Braves pitching staff. But when you match up against the Braves, usually you lose if your pitching staff is against theirs. And I have to say, as far as I'm concerned, the Atlanta Braves, as good as they were during the regular season, their pitching staff raised themselves another notch. When I saw how they destroyed the Cincinnati Reds, who were a good hitting ball club, I really felt like the Cleveland Indians were going to have a problem with it as well. But to Cleveland's credit, their pitching staff, with Earl Hershiser, Martinez, and the like, they almost matched the Atlanta Braves. This was a great World Series, and I'm happy that I was a part of it.
Both these teams are deep enough, have enough resources within their organizations that they have every expectation that the second half of the 90s will be good to them as well.
Oh, absolutely, Bob. I mean, as Joe said, I mean, to watch the fans in Cleveland, the thrill of a World Series finally. And let me say something to you. It's been great working with you.
Thanks for the ride, pal.
And Joe, you too, buddy.
Good to work with you.
Enjoyed it.
A strange and, in a sense, scarred baseball season ends in glory. There were great moments in the postseason for these two guys, for the folks at ABC, too. Good night.
Super Bowl 30, the NBA All-Star Game, the PGA Tour and the U.S. Open, the NBA Finals, the Olympic Games, all on America's sports leader, NBC.
This telecast has been produced by the Baseball Network in association with NBC.